Chapter 2184. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 2184. First casualty: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2184. First casualty: when the pan-like ancestor's eyes landed on Selton's body, his expression became even uglier, but he struggled to force himself to calm down. How could he not recognize Lionel? He knew that this man was the current patriarch of the Morales family. If they were to do something to him, it would be about as good as declaring war. And if they were ready for something like that against such a behemoth, they would have already attacked the Three-Finger Cult to get their revenge. But at the same time, he couldn't just let things go like this. That was impossible. They had their own bottom line as well. The panda ancestor, a man named Jeffner, took a breath trying to calm himself. He didn't interact with the world much for obvious reasons. So these types of matters weren't what he was good at, but he was still sharp and astute. He immediately thought of a solution. I know that you're able to revive people. Bring them back to life, and we will pretend like this matter never happened. My tablet. Return it. Now. Lionel said coldly. Jeffner's expression darkened. So this was what this was about. Revive her first, then we can discuss this matter. She will remain dead. Jeffner and the others were stunned into silence. They thought that maybe Lionel would demand to see his tablet first. Maybe he would talk about not trusting them to keep their word. Maybe he would try to work out some other deal. But what they never thought was that he would respond like this. He didn't want to revive her. He would revive her. He had given her 3 seconds, and she didn't cherish it. What right did she have to live after offending him? What right did she have to revive when he couldn't do the same for his father? The dead should remain dead. Jeffner didn't know how to reply, but his fury did. It continued to bubble upward, threatening to spill over. Whether he interacted with the world or not, he understood the kind of weight the title of ancestor brought, and he understood even greater than that what a gap between strength levels represented. No matter how talented Lionel was, even if he had been at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, bridging the gap to the 8th was absolutely impossible. That was only an understanding that one would gain after touching upon the threshold. How could he allow a child to talk to him like this? But before he could say anything, Lionel nodded. You can all die then. At that moment, 3 starships that had been hovering in the skies made their presence known. They rumbled just a single time, and then their lasers shot out, piercing forward. The laser whizzed by Lionel's ear, a searing heat erupting that would have burned practically anyone else to ashes. The laser was too quick for Jeffner to react. A hole was torn through his head, and his gaze became vacant almost instantly. The remaining 2 ancestors were shocked away, quickly reacted to pull their strengths together. But Lionel had already spoken again. Rise! Jeffner shuddered, and a violet spirit came from his body. It didn't even get a chance to bow to Lionel before it was forced to attack. Tragic cries echoed once again. The 2 remaining ancestors were entirely occupied with waiting for the next strike of the starship. By the time they realized the rest of their family was in danger, it was far too late, and over half of their quasi-8th dimensional experts had been crushed to death beneath Jeffner's might. Lionel continued to walk forward, slipping by the 2 ancestors as though they weren't worth much, and entering the depths of the Umbra family compound. By the time he came back, bronze tablet in hand, only Jeffner and the 2 ancestors remained. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't easy to deal with an ancestor who could endlessly regenerate. The 2 were on their back legs and struggling mightily against Jeffner's suicidal attacks. He had already been the strongest amongst the 3 of them, which was why he was the first one to speak, and now they were suffering an obvious fate. Fight to the death, Lionel said indifferently, stepping out from the palace and preparing to leave. He didn't have the time to waste here, and he didn't feel like using more of his power on something so insignificant. However, when he stepped out, he found a red-eyed Radlease kneeling by his aunt's corpse. He cared about his aunt greatly, and their relationship had always been extremely close. Although the latter was always teasing him and saying ridiculous things about her beauty, it was exactly that made Radlease love her so much. It could even be said that most of his perversion came from the influence of his aunt. She had practically molded his personality. But now she was dead, and at the hands of a person he had thought was a friend. When he met Lionel's gaze, he thought he would see some helplessness, maybe an understanding that they were simply standing on two separate sides, and that this matter was inevitable, maybe a certain level of understanding for his pain, maybe even a little remorse, but he saw none of that. There was only an endless depth of indifference, as though he saw Radley's emotions as nothing more than a fixture in his life that would pass away given enough time. There was no humanity in there, no care, no sympathy. Radley's was in a complete daze. Could that even be a gaze that a human could have? Did he not understand human emotion? Did he not have a heart? By the time he awoke from his daze, Lionel and his 3-star ships had vanished. The Umbra family, filled with hope and expectation for the future, had been razed to the ground. Those that remained alive were only those Lionel felt to be insignificant existences, and of those that were important, only Radley's and Xylem remained, their silence palpable. They were only the first casualty of Lionel's wrath. Chapter 2185. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 26 seconds a.m., Chapter 2185. Army, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Chapter 2185 Army. How do you get to the spirituals domain? Lionel called out Wise Star Order, asking him a straightforward question. But this sort of question threw the latter completely off guard. Wise Star Order had practically been ignored by Lionel, so he spent his time training his 2 disciples. He had thought that maybe Lionel would ask them to help during the war, but that time never came. In Lionel's opinion, it wasn't yet the right time to use them, and they wouldn't have been much help to begin with. They wouldn't have changed the outcome. Savants were secret weapons that were best used when the enemy knew nothing about them. Otherwise, it would be possible to plan for their abilities and counter them ahead of time. Once their abilities were countered, savants were no different from mortals. But to call him forward so suddenly, and for this reason, Lionel's enlightened self could make it to the spiritual's domain with ease, but that was also because Dream Force could envelop an entire domain. It was easy to find entrances to other domains like this. But without this ability, travel was much more difficult. The Void battlefield wasn't just a battlefield. It was also a buffer between regions, and it was incredibly difficult to cross without the right tools. Lionel didn't want to go to other domains now, but he wanted to understand what he had to prepare first. Since Wise Star Order had spent quite a bit of time in the spirituals domain and had even hidden a great amount of treasures there, he definitely should know how to get there. As expected, after regaining his calm, Wise Star Order gave a brief explanation. It was also about as complex as Lionel had expected, but it wasn't just because of the anarchic force, but rather because the spirituals had gone out of their way to corner themselves off as though they were some sort of untouchable existence. But it was greater than this for Lionel. They know something. From Wise Star Order, he had gained something he hadn't expected, and he could see a bit of why the spirituals acted the way they did. He could also see just how rare it was for one of them to exit their world, and how much importance they had placed on his father for one of them to show up, especially since I was their emperor. Lionel slotted this to the back of his mind. Given what his father had done to King, there would very soon be huge changes to these simulations. However, due to the time dilation between the worlds, where even a few split seconds was years, it was hard to tell when exactly this would happen. Or it might very well be possible that they could adjust the time dilation at their will to mitigate these factors. Regardless, he had to be faster, sharper. Lionel waved Wise Star Order off and left swiftly, not looking back and leaving the extraordinarily handsome man in a bit of a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, this young man had caught up to him, but it was worse than that. Wise Star Order felt that now, even if he racked his mind for schemes, catching Lionel off guard would be absolutely impossible. All he could see was death. If he even tried, the afterlife was all that awaited him after all these years of living. Lionel didn't even feel the need to worry about him anymore, and that was despite the fact his father was no longer here to ensure his safety. Wise Star Order sighed. He wasn't sure what to do. Did he really have to give up all of his hopes and aspirations? Lionel entered the lab setting, But the region had stepped into was one that only himself and Aina had been in. No one knew what was here, and even if it was explained to them, they would likely never believe it. And yet here it was. Before Lionel, countless human-sized tubes filled to the brim with light blue liquid floated. There were easily millions of them. The space simply felt endless. But what was more important than these fluid-filled tubes was what was within them. Demons. As far as the eye could see, countless demons rested within these test tubes, waiting to be awakened. At the very forefront of these demons was one that Lionel recognized intimately. It was a beautiful, blue-scaled demon with a flesh hood that connected its shoulders and the top of its head. Every time it breathed, a tongue would slither out, snapping at the air and colliding against the body of the tube, causing it to shake and quake despite the fact it was formed of nigh indestructible materials. That was right, this was none other than the Cobra Demon, the very demon that had eaten him alive. Not just one of them, but over 10,000. And this, what nothing more than just a single one of Lionel's troops, each of which he had forged a special unit binding armor for. This was the handiwork of the tentacle womb, a process that had taken many years to finish. This was an army that he had planned to unleash to protect the Morales family from the onslaught of the wider human domain. But now their purpose had changed. The Morales had pissed him off greatly. If the Umbra family had seen this army, it was hard to tell how they would react. If they were paired with the starships, it was hard to say if there was a single army in the human domain that could deal with them properly. They were existence that were nigh undefeatable in the seventh dimension, and now they were about to be released on the world. If such an army just had the backing of a handful of ancestors, just how powerful would they be? Lionel took a step and exited the lab setting. He found Aina standing, seemingly waiting for him. "Let's go. We're returning to the Morales family." Aina didn't say much and only nodded, the two of them vanishing. Eleanor followed along, the family of three moving toward a behemoth of the human domain. Chapter 2186. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 21 seconds a.m., Chapter 2186. Encirclement if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2186. Encirclement. The atmosphere of the Morales family was odd. The death of Velasco wasn't lost on them. It was only after he was gone that they seemed to understand just how much of a looming presence he was. Long before Lionel, there was Velasco, and it could be said that the amount of pride and joy he had brought the Morales family despite his personal attitude issues was impossible to measure. How long had he been the symbol of the Morales? The untouchable expert who stood above them all? Even though he didn't hold any power in the family, he was subconsciously understood to be their most powerful expert, and as a result, he was likewise a badge of projection. The Morales family was powerful enough in their own right, but anyone who wanted to do something to them needed to think twice, and then thrice, not just because of them, but because of what that one man might do. The day of Velasco's rampage was something that had left a scar on the whole of the human domain. It was something they all remembered profoundly, and it was something that the Morales had hung their hat upon for the longest time. And now, that man was gone. Subconsciously, they all felt a little less safe, a little less confident, a little less prideful. That sort of emptiness wasn't something that even the ancestors could immediately contest against. Despite their best efforts, the somber atmosphere was heavy, mixing into the once happy and jovial atmosphere and creating an odd mixture. It was impossible for there to be 100% acceptance of a matter in a family that was so large, and there were, of course, some who simply didn't care, and even some who felt that a scourge was finally gone, many of those being members of the older generation. Lionel didn't feel anything different when he entered the Morales family. He wasn't very familiar with it, nor did he have any close feelings of familiarity with it. It was already much different from the first time he had been here, but once again he didn't seem to care much. Rather than reporting to the central region of the Morales family territory, Lionel had other plans, and that was, of course, to finally allow little Tali to evolve. In order to pick the perfect evolution path for the little one, he needed a force eruption. Force eruptions were the method by which worlds evolved. They pumped a world with a large amount of higher quality force than it was used to, but as a result, they were also quite dangerous. The last time Lionel had been caught up in the force eruption, he had to fight tidal waves of beasts, and because he'd been on an island at the time, oceanic beasts got involved and caused a great deal of damage to the land. He didn't think about those memories much, though, mostly because the friends that he had made on that island had all died due to the terrain invasion. War was a cruel thing, and people died. It was a blunt and all too obvious truth. But Lionel had always been good at ignoring it, at least when it didn't involve the people who had large pieces of his heart. Clearly, there was no avoiding it now. These matters, though, weren't on Lionel's mind at all. He didn't care about the danger, nor did he care about those that had died all that time ago. Instead, he was more interested in finding the location of such a force eruption. Luckily, they weren't hard to find at all. The Morales world had been a seventh-dimensional world previously for many generations. It had long since reached the end of its potential, and if not for Lionel, it would have never crossed over to reach an eighth-dimensional world. It had to be remembered that Earth was supposed to be the only world in the human domain with eighth-dimensional potential. This aside, as a result of this, the Morales world was impossibly vast, covering several sectors. In order for such a large region to enter the eighth dimension, the number of force eruptions necessarily was uncountable. It wasn't long before Lionel was able to find one. He just needed to map out the regions of force from lowest concentration to highest and move toward the flow of the latter. Once the force eruptions ended, the force would equalize. But for now, things were still very much imbalanced. Controlling the segmented cube shuttle, Lionel whizzed toward the force eruption. The segmented cube's shuttle mode was sleek and powerful, formed of jigsaw pieces of black and radiant blue. It looked like an enigma racing across the skies. The moment Lionel got into range of the force eruption, though, he sensed that his shuttle was locked down upon by several auras. Lionel didn't need to think very hard to understand what was happening. In such a situation, especially one so unexpected, there would of course be many bad actors. Evolving into an eighth-dimensional world involved much more than just force, but resources as well, and many of these resources were concentrated in regions of force eruptions as well. If the Morales were smart, they would of course leave guards in these regions, stopping both fellow Morales and bad actors from other families from taking advantage. However, Lionel simply didn't care. He was the patriarch of this family, supposedly. He didn't feel any sort of guilt, though even if he wasn't the patriarch, it would be hard to say if he had the capacity to feel such a thing at the moment at all. The segmented cube was much too fast after entering the ninth dimension. Lionel knew without a doubt that there was no one in this world that could catch him in this shuttle. So how could he not get by a mere encirclement of a few? He zipped by, leaving them in his dust. However, it was clear that this matter wouldn't end so simply, and maybe Lionel didn't want it to either. Chapter 2187, published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 20 seconds a.m., Chapter 2187. Who cared? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2187. Who cared? Lionel landed, the raging force eruption spewing like a geyser before him. Go, he said lightly. Little Tolly rushed forward greedily. Lionel had never forgotten the innate instinct of little Tolly, and that was, of course, to consume, and then to consume some more. If the little one's food intake wasn't regulated, it was quite easy for it to go on a complete rampage. So, when he saw how excited little Tolly was, he wasn't surprised at all. It seemed that the little metal spirit was happy that it could finally release. Lionel didn't say or do much. He had already prepared everything long in advance, and little Tolly had been ready for this evolution for even longer than that. It had to be remembered that Tolliver had waited for Lionel for over 20 years. It could be said that they were overprepared. Better than that, the Morales seemed to have set up some sort of barrier to stop outsiders from interfering with this region, or maybe more importantly than that, beasts. As such, All he really had to do was stand here, but that sort of leisure could only last for so long. Soon enough, the auras that he had sensed previously quickly closed in. But in a comical scene, the three that had appeared were stuck out of the barrier that the Morales had erected. All three had thought that Lionel would be stuck outside as well. But who would have thought that he would be just fine? There were two men and a woman, all of them wearing the bronzed and somewhat rustic and brushed armor. This armor also seemed to carry some rust on it, but it was impossible that the Morales would dress their guards in such shabby attire on purpose. There was either some historical significance to this, or there was something special about the armors themselves. These three, though, were part of the Morales Divine Guards. They were all well into the seventh dimension, and they had the sharp eyes of spearmen and the valiance of warriors. Despite the fact they felt somewhat humiliated by the situation, they calmed down quickly, realizing that Lionel could only leave this region once he was done. They just had to be prepared to intercept him. From this vantage point, they could only see Lionel's back view, but all Morales had bronze skin, darker to bronze hair, and dark to bronze eyes. Even when they married out, the genes of the Morales were so strong that this would always be the case. Unless, of course, they married into a bloodline of equal standing. But this had never happened in the history of the Morales. Due to the hidden fifth door of their lineage factor, even Morales, who had illicit affairs with seared family members, or even other races, never experienced anything different. This was such a hard rule that many had just become used to it, and their first assumption was that Lionel wasn't a member of the Morales at all, something that made their killing intent much deeper. But then they frowned. That hair color. Lionel's hair color was extremely unique, and it didn't even seem to be a color alone at all. It was rather like a negative light. It appeared white in some light, an extremely pale pink in others, and a fierce violet in others. It moved in the wind as though it had no weight to it, and it seemed to be made up of countless strands of fiberglass material instead of hair. It was truly beautiful, and it only seemed to become more so the longer one looked at it. But it was also due to this uniqueness that it was very familiar. That hair color, they had seen it before. Their patriarch, Lionel Morales, that man's son, didn't he have the same hair? The three looked toward one another, not knowing what to do immediately. There were some odd rumors circulating about their patriarch, but it was hard to verify them because it hadn't come right from the mouths of the ancestors. But for them as divine guards to learn of this information, especially considering the kind of circles they kept, it was more likely than not that there was some truth to it. The first rumor was that their patriarch had been called back by the ancestors over a month ago, but he still hadn't appeared. That was all the rumors said, but if it was true, the weight behind it wasn't small in the slightest. Lionel was ultimately still a junior, and the greatest power of the Morales was in the hands of the Council of Ancestors. Plus, Lionel had yet to have his coronation ceremony, so technically, Adderworth's father was still the patriarch to this point. The second rumor, though, made the first even worse, and that was that Lionel was like his father. The only difference was that he didn't mind using others to reach his goals. And if that was true, then would Lionel abdicate from the position like all others before him had? It was impossible to know who had started these rumors. It was done too cleverly, and things were to the point that even these divine guards believed them. But that was the thing. These matters were the truth. These rumors weren't lies at all. Lionel had indeed received a summons a month ago that he had completely ignored. Although he had been in a coma at the time, even if he had been awake, he would have directly ignored it. As for the matters of abdication, it was less that Lionel had intentions of spitting in the face of tradition, and more so that he felt that by the time enough time for abdication had passed, the situation of the Morales would be so different that these old and ancient rules likely wouldn't be worth a damn at all. At that moment, the ground quaked and the earth rumbled. Lionel raised an eyebrow, but then he shook his head. He didn't care, it was just one mind. Who cared if little Tolly swallowed it all? Chapter 2188. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 2188. Roar. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Shit. The female divine guard cursed. They were all Morales, and they were well aware of the existence of metal spirits. Though divine guards were part of the spear domain faction, they had enough interaction with the metal synergy faction to understand what they were seeing. This was a textbook example of a rampaging metal spirit. Just what was this young patriarch of theirs doing? Was he trying to get revenge on the Morales for something by destroying their resources? No, this didn't make any sense. He was already caught after the first time. One mine wasn't enough to even put a dent into the Morales. But then they remembered that shuttle that Lionel was using. It was so fast that they barely caught wind of it. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lionel had slowed to so that he could detect the flow of force more clearly, they might not have been able to track him at all. Even so, now that he had been found, did he really want to continue? Stop! Don't do this! The female divine guard could only say this. It was happening too quickly to explain anything else. Under normal circumstances, a patriarch would be able to control something as insignificant as a single mine. But setting aside the fact that Lionel had yet to be coronated, the Morales were currently in their own state of martial law. Their alert state gave power over most decisions over to the ancestors, and it also made even petty crimes that would usually be dealt with a slap on the wrist far more severe. These rules were put in place to control the population and to also keep bad apples from poisoning the well. It only made it worse that although this mine was fairly insignificant in the grand scheme, for it to have 3 divine guards guarding it, it wasn't too bad either. Suddenly, a geyser shot into the air, overshadowing the force eruption. But very soon, it became clear that it wasn't a geyser, but rather the roaring form of a rampaging metal spirit. The expressions of the guards changed once again. Run, Lionel. No matter the situation, they didn't want to see a young genius of the Morales to die just like that. But Lionel didn't move at all. Lionel looked up, his gaze calm. Mother Nature didn't make mistakes, or more accurately, it couldn't. Given enough time, any existing creature would tend toward perfection. That was the simple fact of evolution. Those with defects, those that were inferior, would die off, while those that were strong would continue on. For the metal spirit, one of the most ancient of creatures, for it to have such a tendency within it. Could it really be a mistake? Or was this just how metal spirits should be? The Cataclysm Zone gave Lionel the answer to that question. Or more accurately, it had given him the clues he needed to reach his own conclusion. He needed little Tali to be stronger. He needed a way to bridge the gap and deal with his own current weakness. And this was that way. Lionel was, of course, choosing the jack of all trades path for little Tali. However, being a jack of all, of course, came with being a master of none. That was the catch, but he would also be able to improve upon these weaknesses. It would just require a great deal of effort and resources. Unless, of course, this worked, the 4 paths of the metal spirit were straightforward. The first allowed the improvement of ores, helping them tend toward perfection. The second allowed the fusion of ores to create new ores that combined the abilities of both. The third allowed them to swallow universal force, supplementing their crafter and helping their stamina while also increasing the chance of success. The fourth was, of course, what Lionel was choosing, but with a twist. After reading the method of breaking through, Lionel got an inkling that something was missing, and he felt that intuition was very correct. The original breakthrough method had a great deal of precaution around the potential rampaging of your metal spirit. In fact, most of the so-called method was actually a series of force arts that could suppress this wild ambition of a metal spirit. However, the reason Lionel was standing here, arms crossed, doing absolutely nothing, was because he had cast away all of those methods. The only things he had prepared were what he needed to force little Tali onto the 4th path. And now, it was time to see if he was correct or not. Maybe if he was in another state of mind, he might feel nervous, maybe feeling a bit of fear or maybe a bit of hope. But the current him looked forward quite coldly, watching as little Tali got so big that the once little guy could be seen across the entire hemisphere. The divine guards had already retreated a great deal, feeling like they understood Lionel all the more. They felt that this was his plan all along. If he allowed his metal spirit to rampage, then it would only be a matter of time to swallow up everything. Soon, There would be no one but the ancestors that could stop it. A metal spirit that had swallowed up such a large amount of condensed eighth-dimensional force, but swallowing up an entire eighth-dimensional mind on top of that, wasn't a level of existence that they could deal with confidently alone. The commotion grew so large that the planet began to rock back and forth. Without a choice, the Divine Guards hurried to report this matter to the ancestors. They had had some thoughts of maybe turning a blind eye, so that this situation wouldn't become too complicated and they wouldn't get caught in a whirlwind of what seemed to be an internal conflict. But now they simply had no choice. Chapter 2189, published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 16 seconds a.m., Chapter 2189. Success? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Little Tali's roar shook the skies. It was hard to believe that an adorable blob of silver could make such a sound, but this was the reality before them all right this moment. The once little one raised into the skies like a roaring dragon, snaking through the skies, but even that form didn't last for long. Tali couldn't seem to decide on a form, shifting through countless mystical creatures. Sometimes it was a dragon, sometimes it was a Chelan, sometimes it rose into the skies like a majestic silver phoenix, and yet some other times it became something far more sinister, a vast, endless, and casting net of silver that seemed prepared to swallow up the entire world. Something is missing, Lionel thought to himself. If things continued like this, he felt that he would fail. He felt that his general idea was correct, but it was impossible for things to go perfectly just because he had this idea. Just think about it for a moment. In order for this method to be created, others had to have failed before. They had all likely witnessed a rampaging metal spirit and decided that it couldn't be allowed to happen. That meant that if he did nothing and simply continued to observe, whatever terrible outcome the people of the Cataclysm Zone had wanted to avoid would be exactly what happened here. It was just unfortunate that Lionel hadn't figured out what that was ahead of time. He felt that he was still missing something to complete his deduction, and the only way to do that was to observe the process in person. But he only had one metal spirit, and there was nothing else that he could observe in its stead. So he chose this approach. It was either he succeeded here, or he would lose his metal spirit. Tolliver was a precious friend of his. It couldn't communicate, and it hadn't even chosen an identity for itself. But the teachings of his father was something that Lionel took up with the utmost seriousness. Now that he thought about it, he had never seen his father's own metal spirit. In all likelihood, that was related to exactly why his father was so serious about the matter. His father had lost so much in his life, and maybe his metal spirit was just yet another sacrifice on that path. Lionel closed his eyes, the net of little Tali expanding to the point that it crashed against the barriers that the Morales had set up, pushing against it and causing it to crack once, and then crack again. It seemed that even this barrier designed to stop the most powerful of the seventh dimension could barely resist against the current Tolliver, the rampaging metal spirit having lost its mind entirely. Suddenly, Lionel's eyes opened. That's it. With calm movements, Lionel slowly took out something that he had been saving for a long time. In fact, he had never thought that he would come to find a use for it. And even if he did, he thought that maybe it would be used in one of his final divine armors. But it seemed that all of that preparation had instead led up to this very moment here. In his hands, Lionel held up none other than his very own strand of hair. Lionel didn't know why, but every time he had a great boost in strength, his hair would likewise grow. After recent breakthroughs, his hair became like flowing rivers extending outward for dozens of meters, even hundreds recently. What was most shocking about this was that if it wasn't for his Emperor's Might lineage factor, he would just have to let it be. The reason for that was because his hair was truly indestructible. He thought that maybe it was just because he was weak in the past and couldn't gather enough strength, but even now, he was unable to do anything to the hair that had grown back when he was still merely in the third and fourth dimensions. In fact, even his enlightened self couldn't do it. Luckily, his hair was attached to his body. It was a part of it, and thus he had perfect autonomy over it. Using his king's might to allow him to cut, it was as easy as breathing, but it was also the only way to do so. It was truly an anomaly. The other Morales didn't seem to have this problem at all. Lionel actually felt that due to his lineage factor deviation back when he had originally tried to open up his first set of doors, he had caused this mutation within himself. Either way, right this moment, Lionel felt that this was somehow the very best solution to the problem. He needed something to ground Tolliver, something that made their connection even stronger. Another person might be helpless in this sort of situation. What part of themselves could they feed to a metal spirit, if not their own flesh and blood? However, Lionel had a true solution, one he felt had a better than 90% chance of working. He threw his long strands of hair into the air as little Tolly dove toward him. Sensing the powerful metals coming his way, Tolliver was immediately distracted, swallowing it all up. But to both their surprise, Tolliver couldn't seem to absorb it all instantaneously like it had done in the past. The little metal spirit bundled up, wrapping around the long strands of hair until it was nothing more than a small silver ball that landed with a plop upon Lionel's hands. Corrosive. Lionel had long since gotten used to touching Tolliver directly, but it seemed more dangerous now than it ever had been. Even so, he didn't seem to mind. He nodded to himself, watching as Tolliver pulsed, slowly digesting his ore-like hair. It was hard to believe that this same bundle of silver had just been about to swallow a planet, but here it was. He had succeeded. Chapter 2190, published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 15 seconds a.m., Chapter 2190. How many? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The rumbling earth and the collapsing skies came to a pause. The divine guards, who had escaped into the distance, thinking that everything for this planet had come to an end, were stunned into silence. They truly hadn't expected that things would actually end like this, and so, simply at that, they had heard tales of rampaging metal spirits. Although it hadn't happened in a very long time, there was a special alert placed on divine guards like them to watch out for them this time. That was why they were so quick to report things. During a force eruption dense region like this one, the metal spirits that were native to their world could very easily go out of control. Luckily, this hadn't happened yet, or rather not until now, but that was beside the point. What they were more keen on was the fact that things shouldn't have ended so easily. A metal spirit was a force of nature. The more it observed, the more powerful it became, and in the end, the worst of them could even stand toe-to-toe with monstrous existences like the Void Beast. Of course, that was only in the most extreme of cases, and unlike the Void Beast, such metal spirits would usually not have their minds intact when they reached such a state. But it was a huge worry nonetheless. Often, it took the efforts of an entire seasoned army, at the cost of many, to reel in this sort of enemy. So how had Lionel done it all on his own? At that moment, several auras that both matched their own and even surpassed them rushed in from the distance. In the lead, there was an ancestor, Issa, but this wasn't too surprising to them. Most of the ancestors were still focused on elucidating the secrets of their new lineage factor to worry about other things. So, currently, only Ancestor Issa and Ancestor Alvaro were heading the charge and leading the family currently. However, when they approached, ready for battle to deal with the metal spirit, having responded quite quickly at that, they found nothing. Ancestor Issa frowned. Her time as an ancestor was very precious. She couldn't just move around as she pleased. If it wasn't because the fluctuation of force in the air was a bit odd, she would have already turned around and left the punishment to the forces beneath her. However, since something seemed off, she turned to the female Divine Guard. Divine Guard Elilan, what is the meaning of this? Seeing the flustered appearances of not just Eli Lynn, but all three of them, Issa's gaze narrowed. What was happening here? In the end, Eli Lynn could only just describe the happenings to the best of her ability. A force eruption? Littlest Nova? Metal spirit? Issa mumbled, looking down. But why was it that there was no force eruption here? In mine, there was no mine either. There was Lionel, she noticed, looking down toward the earth below, but he didn't seem to have acknowledged their appearance at all, remaining entirely focused on little Tali who was in his hands. In fact, after several moments, he put little Tali away and caused the segmented cube's shuttle to appear before him with a wave of the hand. It really seemed like he would just leave like that. Ancestor Issa frowned, and she waved a hand, clearly having plans to seal Lionel in place. But the moment her force moved, a rippling barrier of the segmented cube seemed to have deflected it, as though it stood in a world of its own that Issa couldn't interfere with. Lionel finally looked over, a sharp coldness in his eyes that made Issa's pupils constrict. She saw Lionel as nothing more than a child, but at the moment he was anything but. It even felt that he had the ability to kill her if he truly wanted to, an illusion that she couldn't shake no matter how many times she tried to reset her mind. Her frown deepened, but she soon relaxed. What kind of nonsense was all of this, exactly? They had summoned a child of the Morales back, and yet he had ignored him. Then a month later, he shows up, and rather than appearing with an explanation and an apology, the first thing he does is plunder their resources? What kind of joke was that? Arrest him, Ancestor Issa said lightly. The other divine guards had heard the story clearly enough. They made a move to apprehend Lionel immediately, some more hesitant than others, but none daring enough to show so physically. In the face of an ancestor, Lionel's prestige wasn't nearly enough, and that was doubly so since he had yet to be coronated and his father had died. However, they had only moved a small measure when a golden laser suddenly whizzed by. The heat seared their faces, their bodies going taut before they could even fight against the instinct. Issa was the most frozen. An entire half of her long hair had been sliced off at the ear, her earlobe bleeding just the faintest bit before the wound quickly corroded under heat. Lionel took a step into the segment cube and almost vanished from view. But before the hatch closed, he looked up. If the Morales family wants to take the patriarch position away from me, feel free to do so. Just know that it'll then treat you like every other family in the human domain. Don't test my patience. I'm not a child that you can order around as you please. How many ancestors have you killed in your lifetime? Ancestor Issa, Lionel asked coldly. Issa, still in a state of shock, seemed to have been frozen cold all over again. No answer? Lionel spoke lightly as he looked away, the hatch slowly closing. Well, I've personally killed over 50, a sight I'm sure you personally witnessed. That number seems to be more than the amount the Morales have in total. Click. The hatch closed, and the shuttle shot off into the distance, closing in the central city of the Morales. Chapter 2191. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 13 seconds a.m., Chapter 2191. His own. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. A silence fell over the skies. The divine guards didn't dare to look toward Issa. They didn't dare to disrespect an ancestor, but Lionel's words couldn't help but echo in their ears again and again, sinking into the psyches and rewriting what they had come to know. The images of Lionel forcing the souls of ancestors to rise and the slaughter of the invader ancestors replayed in their minds. It felt as though they had conveniently forgotten this had happened, or maybe it was that it had seemed too far and out of the norm that it was easy to ignore it as though it had never happened at all. It was hard to rewire their minds, to understand that dimensional strength wasn't just everything they could see on the surface. It probably also didn't help that they all came from Spear Domain faction. The Morales had two main factions. Only the heirs were born with both of their lineage factors, so often from birth, people were separated into two main camps, those born with the Metal Synergy bloodline, and those born with the Spear Domain bloodline. The Morales had some clashes in philosophy and culture as a result of this, and they have the Divine Guards, all born with the Spear Domain bloodline, valued personal strength over everything. Seeing Velasco strike down that entity with a single spear strike was something they could see, something they could feel. But Lionel's soul-controlling abilities and scheming nature was something that they were less accepting of. This was something that was deeply ingrained, something they weren't even consciously aware of, and they actually managed to expunge something so significant from their minds. However, No matter how much they wanted to ignore it, no matter what kind of biases they had, when it was laid out before them like this, it was absolutely impossible to ignore. Ancestor Issa's expression was frighteningly dark, but she didn't say anything. She wasn't a fool. She remembered quite clearly what Lionel had done. It might have very well been part of the reason she had sent others forward first. Lionel's weakness was all too obvious. He needed to kill an ancestor first before he had the strength and power of one. The second weakness was that in order to kill one, he needed to rely on a starship. These were two things that could be easily exploited, or so she thought. Where had that laser come from? She had already scanned the area. Could it be that it came from the shuttle? This would be extremely troublesome. There had never been a patriarch of the Morales family that didn't have fear and adulation for the ancestors. If he couldn't be controlled, Issa didn't know if there was any recourse for this sort of situation. The only solution she could see was staying in this current martial law state. That way the greatest power would remain in the hands of the ancestors. The rules placed her in the right. But what did you do with someone who had no care for them? This was more than just a little troubling. Third Nova, Ancestors Issa thought, her gaze flickering. Return, she commanded. You three report back and be reassigned. There's no longer a force eruption here. Usually in such a situation, the leader might say something about keeping this matter a secret, but Issa said no such thing, simply taking a step and vanishing before all of their eyes. The Morales capital city was bustling, even more so than usual. Due to the evacuation, the concentration of individuals in this solar system had reached its peak. Usually the population would be far more spread out, but that obviously wasn't the case now. The result was these cities being far denser and more populated than ever before. Looking at the state of things, one would never guess that the Morales were in a state of high alert. It could be said that Ancestor Issa and Ancestor Alvaro had both done an excellent job. At the very least, they had their own reasons for trusting their own personal strength and experience over Lionel. This move made it possible to use the whole of the Morales territory as a battlefield if it came to it. And in all likelihood, the reverberations of any war that did happen would likely never reach this place. This was the power of a large family. Lionel zipped through the air, moving too fast for most to catch even a trace of him. But there was one person who didn't fall into such a category. Unfortunately, even he was too slow to react. Lionel's shuttle landed right before the grandest building of the Morales, a majestic building visible even from orbit. It was thousands of kilometers tall and easily just as deep. It could be said that the entire planet was co-opted for the sake of this building, and it was also the location that carried the only entrance to the Morales Holy Land, and it was also the location where Lionel's coronation would take place. Stepping out from his shuttle, Lionel's aura was towering. Familiar robes of violet and gold wrapped around his body, his every step causing the planet to quake as though he was announcing his arrival. His king's might aura rose from his body, the image of a man rising taller than even the building before him appearing to his back. It seemed to be similar to the manifestation of the four great families, and yet oh, so different at the same time. Lionel came to a stop as Ancestor Alvaro finally caught up, rushing out from the building. But it soon became obvious that Lionel hadn't stopped for him at all. Rather, he had stopped so that he could raise his hands. The manifestation to his back moved at the same time, its hands rising as well, and a powerful tremor shooting through the territory of the Morales. The constellation of the Morales appeared once more, each individual star shifting and changing until their colors, too, radiated a blinding violet. Boom! A rippling wave of force surged, starting with Lionel from the center and rushing outward until it reached the very edge of the Morales territory. Lionel slowly lowered his hands, the constellation from above shimmering as beams of light descended, landing upon his body. Without even his personal effort, his bronze aura manifested, his halo appearing above his head and slowly turning into a pulsing crown. Whether the Morales wanted it or not, this territory was his. He waved a hand, and an ancestor hidden deep within Morales territory shuddered. A blinding light came out from their chest, the ancient world spirit of the Moralis shaking out of their control and soaring through the layers of the Moralis holy land and piercing toward Lionel. Lionel opened up his palm, and the world spirit landed gently within. It obediently bobbed within Lionel's hand, somewhat intelligent and yet somewhat not. It wasn't exactly what Lionel had expected, if a world spirit could choose its own owner. So why was this one so dull? Then, he seemed to understand. The stars above descended to form his crown, shone even fiercer when the world spirit appeared, pouring into its body and increasing its strength by leaps and bounds. A coronation? He could hold his own. Urdiel's note, "My Emperor." Chapter 2192. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 9 o'clock and 12 seconds a.m., Chapter 2192. A better idea if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. When a world entered a state of, and their metamorphosis began, a world spirit would be born. Upon the birth of the world spirit, a world would make a bet on a certain group of youths and bless them, allowing them the chance to enter zones and fight for the right to earn a piece of the world spirit. Of course, in this case, the world spirit would be split into 4. On Earth, for whatever reason, the world spirit was awoken ahead of time, and it chose to take on Lionel's mother as its host. As such, it never split into 4. Of course, the reason for the usual choice of the world spirit was quite obvious. It wanted to select a group of talented youths to fight for hegemony over the budding world. These 4 youths would usually establish families or organizations that would carry a great deal of influence through the history of the world. Sometimes these organizations and families would be defeated one by one, leaving just one hegemony, much like what had occurred in the case of the Moralis. Or, in many cases, the world spirit would remain in 2, 3, or 4 pieces, controlled by several powers. This was what had happened in the case of the Three-Pillar Sector, the former stomping grounds of the Luxnix family, the Viola family and company. Most of the most powerful families and organizations had managed to successfully fuse their world spirits into one, giving them a great deal of staying power and giving themselves a great advantage while battling within their own territory. It could be said that a large part of why the other families were still hesitant to take action against the Moralis was precisely because of this. At the same time, though, it could be said that there also had to be a reason they still dared to do so despite this obvious disadvantage, and Lionel believed that he had found this reason. Just why was this world spirit so weak and haggard? And was it because it was so weak that other families still felt that they had a chance? Lionel could think of a few theories. The first was that the world spirit was just old. It seemed to be a living, breathing existence, so it was possible that the Moralis world had existed for so long that it simply couldn't be in its prime any longer. Lionel didn't know how he felt about this thought. That would mean that even these worlds had their limits, and it was only a matter of time before it came crumbling down. That said, the good news was that this didn't seem to be the case, or else it wouldn't have been so easy for Lionel to reverse its weakening. Or at the very least, it couldn't be the only explanation. The second thought he had, and the one he felt had more of a chance to have at least a kernel of truth, had to do with what the Moralis had likely gone through to fuse the world spirits in the first place. The Moralis were a family of crafters who knew if they had the ability to restrict or curse their own world spirit. He wasn't sure. Maybe in order to deal with their competitors in the past, the Moralis had dealt a blow to their world spirit that they had not found a method to reverse in all these years. Then there was the third reason, control. Lionel had read all of the research papers of the Void Library, and among maybe the most researched phenomena was none other than the world spirit. As such, when it came to understanding the rules of world spirits and how they functioned, Lionel was likely among the very best. Due to this, he knew that it was very well a possibility that a world spirit could reach the end of its lifespan and a world could die along with it. However, he also knew quite well what happened after the owner of a world spirit died. When this happened, a world spirit would simply choose another person. Most often, this person would have some relation to the person that died, but it wasn't a 100% certainty. There had certainly been examples in the past of prominent families losing their world spirit to smaller existences of their world, but it was usually a simple matter to retrieve it. However, what if it wasn't? Or what if those that control the world spirit only wanted to see it fall into the hands of very specific members of even their own family? This was where the theories of control came into being, and almost all of them necessitated the weakening of a world spirit and the lulling into a state of dullness and stupidity that could be easily manipulated. Of the three theories Lionel had thought of, it was possible that each one had a small kernel of truth to it, but there was no doubt that this one was the most likely to be 100% true. But it didn't matter now. The world spirit was in his hands, but he also had no intention of keeping it for himself. Like he had said, he had read all the research papers there were to have on world spirits, all of the cumulative thoughts and understandings of countless generations of people. Plus, he had Y-Star Order and Anastasia to test his understanding with. So he had an even better use for this new and improved world spirit. Before Ancestor Alvaro could even say a word, Lionel squeezed his palm lightly, condensing the world spirit into its purest form and then tossing it into the air. The world spirit shot out like a ball from a cannon, roaring into the air and suddenly becoming like another star in the skies. But then it dispersed, spreading out wildly and fusing into the Morales constellation. At that moment, every Morales in the territory suddenly felt a mysterious power coursing through their veins, feeling far more powerful now than they had ever felt before. Chapter 2193, published at 29th of September, 2023, 8:59 and 54 seconds a.m., Chapter 2193. Patriarch, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel lowered his hand, his gaze indifferent and unmoved. He already expected much of this to happen, and none of it surprised him. However, this sort of commotion was the kind that could easily catch the attention of an entire family. Even while so focused on understanding all of the secrets of their new lineage factor, the Morales ancestors couldn't help but be alerted by this matter, and even the deepest reaches of them, existences that hadn't appeared in the light of day in centuries, came forward. Obviously, this was caused by one very important reason. The world spirit had vanished. Ancestor Alvaro landed not far from Lionel, his brows knitted into a tight frown. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes, and the shock within him wasn't small in the slightest. He didn't quite know how to react. Should he be angry? Impressed? Should he reprimand Lionel and try to punish him? Or should he pretend as though he hadn't seen anything? But the problem with the latter choice was that there was simply no way that others would let it slide, and it seemed even less likely that Lionel just planned to leave things as is and stop causing these things to happen. Littlest N. Gather the various elders and ancestors of the family. I have some things I need to say. I will make some things clear first, though. This is the one and only chance that I'm giving the Morales, and for no other reason than the fact half of my blood comes from here. If it was another family that cowered in their own dens while others fought for the safety of the human race, there would be no negotiations at all. Lionel walked by Ancestor Alvaro, leaving him far too stunned to speak. He in one part couldn't believe that a junior was talking to him like this, but on the other hand, he didn't quite know how to refute. Staying here and adding to their fortifications seemed like the obvious and natural thing to do, but when he heard Lionel describe it as a cowardly act, his old face became a bit red. The Morales were naturally straightforward and valiant people. They knew what it meant to be brave and what it meant to lead a battle with the tip of your spears. It should have naturally been they, who were among the strongest humans, who led the forefront of the battle. Instead, though, the human army had been made up of juniors and a hodgepodge of geniuses from lesser families that had worked their way up to the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. Not a single of the human domain's most prominent families had appeared, and it seemed that they had taken the fact that Lionel had repelled the invaders for granted. But what else was new? Lionel reversed the entrapment of countless geniuses in the Cataclysm Zone, saving the hopes of countless families, and yet this seemed to have been forgotten. He had become the patriarch apparent of the Morales family, completing a shocking feat and defeating seventh-dimensional geniuses while only being in the sixth. And yet this seemed to have been forgotten. He had killed dozens of enemy ancestors. He had crushed the scourge of the human domain. He had wiped out threat after threat. And yet this had been forgotten. And why exactly? Because he was too young? Because his feats were too ridiculous? Because it was easier to accept the status quo? Because others felt that he was too arrogant? Or maybe it was because they felt they could do with him as they pleased now that his father was dead. Amusing. Lionel walked into the grandest room in Morales territory. It was embroidered in gold, brass, and bronze, the workmanship of the Morales on full display as ancient depictions of battles long past were etched into the very walls that seemed forged of dozens of meters thick bricks of metal. Every step he took was resonating, and Ancestor Alvaro's action seemed completely unnecessary. One after another, the pinnacle existences of the Morales appeared. Whether it was those of the Spear Domain faction or those of the Metal Synergy faction, they arrived in full force, originally believing that their family was in danger, and only now understanding that littlest Nova had appeared. Without a hint of ceremony, Lionel reached the throne and sat upon it. The floors rumbled and the planet shook, a surge of kings might taking hold of the Morales land. At that moment, even without making a single move, the Morales ancestors seemed to feel that none of them stood a chance against the current Lionel. "Sit," Lionel commanded coldly. The elders and ancestors subconsciously moved. Many of them were able to resist and continue to stand, hidden in the shadows or in plain sight, but the majority could not, following along one after another until the hall was completely filled. In a daze, they didn't even realize what had happened until they had already sat down. And now, most were far too embarrassed to even stand once again in a fit of rage, feeling that it was better if they pretended that this was their intention all along. At that moment, Ancestor Issa caught up, her expression twisted. What had happened? How had things ended up like this? She had faintly heard Lionel's earlier words, and she couldn't quite believe it. Many of the ancestors were more than a little unsatisfied, feeling as though a junior was trying to step on their heads. But the current Lionel's presence was too suffocating, almost like he could snuff out their lives with a single word. Littlest Nova, what is the meaning of this? A certain ancestor Wenro spoke, his distaste clear in his voice. That throne can only be sat upon by the current patriarch. You've yet to be coronated. In addition, when all ancestors are present, the level of the throne must be brought down in order to show respect to those that came before you. There are several here who've served as patriarch before. You aren't the first, and you won't be the last. Are you finished? Ancestor Wenro froze. Now, I have some things I would like an explanation for. The family made a decision to hole up and retreat from the battlefield without my consent. Why? Silence fell. No one knew how to answer this question because they felt it was too ridiculous. Chapter 2194, published at 29th of September, 2023, 8:59 and 52 seconds a.m., Chapter 2194. Overlord, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel didn't seem to pick up on the reaction of his elders. He sat on his throne stoically, his eyes even partially closed. It didn't seem like he cared at all about their response, and yet he didn't say a word after. It was as though he was just fine with the silence, just fine with letting this sort of atmosphere brew and breed, just fine with allowing the pressure to slowly and steadily rise, pressing down upon the shoulders of these ancestors in a way they had simply never experienced before. The silence was deafening and persistent. Many thought that Lionel would eventually fold, but eventually it looked as though he was simply taking a nap, his aura dormant, rumbling like a sleeping dragon. Eventually, it was Ancestor Alvaro, the very one who had witnessed this process from start to finish, that spoke. The others were aware that something big had happened, but they had no idea just how big it was. However, even Alvaro never guessed that he wouldn't be able to speak. An aura the likes of which these ancestors had never felt before descended. The expressions of several changed, as though waiting for an oncoming enemy. But those that were in the know and recognized this aura all too well felt their faces go pale. Just what had occurred for this individual to be stirred. The most senior of the ancestors was Ancestor Hito, or so it seemed to be so on the surface. The truth was that the true depth of a large family's prowess was more than even deeper than most of their upper echelon knew, let alone outsiders. There were two separations of such existences within the Morales. The first were the death-sworn. These were individuals born and bred their entire lives to give up their very breath for the sake of the family. Often, even to their former family members, they had died long ago. It wasn't until the day they were needed that they would step forward, but most often they would die of old age, never able to take up their role they were meant to. After all, for such a large family like the Morales, how many could threaten them enough that such a trump card would need to be used? For many powerful families, the so-called death-sworn were mostly made up of savants that were taken and raised from birth. Such was the fate of savants in the dimensional verse, a sad fate for many. Normally, though, these death-sworn savants would be used in ways much more cleverly than Anya had used hers. Anya used her savants as though they were her personal attacks, throwing them out like tamed beasts. But a family like the Morales would only use them in key areas, and they'd be highly protected. For example, as the core of a large-scale force art. The second were the overlords, the truest and deepest reaches of the family and existences that stood beyond the ancestors. These were existences that, while still in the eighth dimension, had abilities that approached the very limits, and sometimes even surpassed it. These were old men and women, so ancient that many thought that they had already died of old age, but due to the use of special methods, they were able to extend their lives. Special methods like the use of a world spirit. It seemed that Lionel's deductions were both correct and incorrect. It was true that the world spirit was weakened due to the actions of the Morales, but the purpose wasn't just control, it was to extend the lives of these overlords of theirs. It took far too long to practice to the extremities of the eighth dimension, and by the time that happened, many would be at the end of their lifespans. Only the most powerful of families could circumvent the tides of times, and it could be said that one of the reasons world spirits didn't play a prominent role on the largest stages was precisely because they were the most useful in this role. As for why the Void Library didn't talk about this sort of thing, it was obvious. Why would these large families allow such a thing to be casually shared? Lionel realized all of this the moment he sensed the aura of death around the man who descended. His face was filled with a countless number of wrinkles, so much so that his eyes were barely visible. His eyebrows were overgrown and a densely packed gray, while his hair was sparse and his skin filled with age spots. When he descended and touched down, the ancestors who knew who he was kneeled down immediately. They didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and loftiness on their faces any longer. This was the same even for Ancestor Isa and Alvaro, both of them bowing their heads low. The more regular elders of the Morales, many of whom were getting on in age and were stuck at the pinnacle of the seventh dimension, didn't understand what was going on at all. However, they knew that if an ancestor was kneeling, they had no right to stand on their feet. As such, they immediately followed suit without the slightest hesitation. The old man continued to walk forward as though he hadn't seen anything. It seemed, though, that every movement he made only caused the aura of death to thicken. He stopped before the throne, seemingly unsurprised that Lionel hadn't kneeled. Like father, like son, the world spirit of the Morales, return it. The old man's words startled everyone but Alvaro, who had seen what happened. But even more so than that, his voice shook their hearts. It felt like walking on a gravel road, but in their ears instead. Their eardrums themselves felt uncomfortable, like they had been aged to the same level as this man in an instant. Lionel didn't respond. It was as though he hadn't heard the old man speak at all. He, the patriarch, had asked a question, and yet no one had answered it, but now they wanted him to answer to other things? He didn't have the patience for it. The atmosphere grew dense, and the old man chuckled. Indeed, just like the father. It was odd for him to be laughing in such a situation, seemingly moment away from death, but here he was having the time of his life. He didn't seem to be laughing out of rage at all, but rather out of true amusement. He hadn't seen the world in a long time, but he had actually run into such a scene the moment he did. What was that question he asked? Indeed, the old man looked toward Ancestor Alvaro. You and Isa should be in charge. Explain. Lionel's eyes suddenly opened, but he could only now see the back view of the old man. He had already looked away, completely focused on Alvaro. Alvaro, who was still kneeling, was taken aback. The family entered a state of ancestor rule. All decisions were made by us. In addition, little Nova wasn't yet the patriarch. It is still technically First Nova's father. There is no protocol or need to communicate with him at that moment. Logical. The old man nodded and looked toward Lionel. But it seems like there's more to the story, no? As far as I'm aware, when the family enters a state of ancestor rule, every member should be informed of the current situation and understand that the patriarch has been stripped of their power. Is littlest Nova not a member of the Morales? Alvaro froze. This was true, but back then, they had felt that Lionel was a bit too arrogant, and they could feel his ambition seeping through, especially when he refused their order to release Third Nova. As such, they had thought of teaching him a small lesson. The only purpose was to show him how well the Morales family functioned without him. Nothing more, nothing less. What they hadn't expected was for this to come back and bite them like this. They didn't know what the Overlord was trying to do, but wasn't this a bit too biased? If he really wanted the world spirit from Lionel, couldn't he just snatch it back? Why did an Overlord have to say so many words? At the same time, though, the old man looked toward Lionel. It seems that this little one has far too much ambition. What is it that you want to do with my Morales family, exactly? Lionel looked into the old man's eyes, the scent of death permeating the air as the Overlord seemed to wilt right before their eyes. After a long while, Lionel waved a hand, and a strong surge of force appeared before flooding into the old man's body. He, who had just been on the brink of death, while he wasn't suddenly young, looked as though he could live several more years with ease. The Overlord's pupils constricted, but he remained silent, seemingly still waiting for Lionel's answer. In the end, Lionel answered simply, "The Morales family will go as far as I take it." Chapter 2195, published at 29th of September, 2023, 8:59 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 2195, haven't realized. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2195, haven't realized. The Overlord looked toward Lionel, his expression changing from its baseline for the first time since he had appeared. While his old age wasn't suddenly cured, it felt like his life force had been stabilized in a way that he had simply never imagined to be possible without the help of the world spirit, and there was a very obvious elephant in the room. Just how had Lionel done this? Lionel hadn't originally come to the Morales territory knowing of the existence of these overlords. He was sure that his enlightened self had likely battled it out with these individuals, but he simply didn't remember enough details to know for certain. However, the matter of this overlord's life wasn't too difficult for Lionel to handle, because in this territory, he was practically invincible. He even had ideas on how to make this matter more permanent by using methods of separating soul and body and the like. Though, he held off on these matters for now. Much like his grandfather and the Ascension Empire, the Morales territory had become the domain of Lionel's King's Might, and as a result of that, there were several benefits to be had. For one, he could draw on the strength of the entire world, and that was world spirit aside. It was simply impossible for even an overlord to match him within the walls of this territory, so long as his mind was fast enough to keep up with the battle and his mental strength didn't fatigue. This was precisely why he had directly given up on the world spirit. A world spirit had limited amplification to strength outside of one's territory, which was why the young generation of smaller families didn't suddenly enter and become little overlords of the Void Palace. To Lionel, he didn't need a world spirit to access such strength within Morales territory, because he had the function of his own lineage factor for that, and it could even be said that his king's might lineage factor was far better than a world spirit in this regard. That said, that didn't mean that he had lost access to the strength of a world spirit either. It was just that it was distributed across the many rather than the few, while likewise being amplified through their constellation. Helping the Overlord to stabilize his life force was as easy as redirecting some of the strength of the distributed world spirit and concentrating a bit more of it on the old man before him. In fact, the results were even better now than they had been in the past because the world spirit had been strengthened several times over, on top of evolving into the 8th dimension. Whereas in the past the world spirit would struggle to maintain the life of an 8th dimensional existence, now it was as easy as breathing because they were on the same level. This simple action by Lionel made the Overlord realize that he had still underestimated the young man before him. That said, he still had several questions, and this matter couldn't just be allowed to rest as it was. No matter what rules Lionel was using to wiggle his way out and be placed firmly in the right, the obvious truth was that Issa and Alvaro's worries were very much warranted. It was true that Lionel wanted to do away with the former system of the Morales. It was true that he likely would have no intention of abdicating when the time came, and it was true that he would have ignored this so-called ancestor rule, even if they had taken the steps to contact him. Lionel wanted far more than most of the Morales elder generation were willing to give him. Littlest Nova, I hope that by this action you aren't hoping to buy my acceptance. The Overlord spoke slowly. With all due respect, Senior. Lionel spoke slowly. What the ancestors and elders of the Morales family are worried about is that I will refuse to comply when necessary, and that he'll refuse to abdicate when the time comes. The reality is by the time this worry is playing out in the present, the situation of the Morales family will be so far different than what you know now that these worries will all seem like worthless sophistry. Do you believe me? No. The Overlord replied simply. And it's also not just a matter of what will come in the future, it's also a matter of what actions you might take now that will come to shake the family in the future. The internal structure of the Morales is complicated, but what it has always remained is whole and balanced. It is not lost on me just how much ambition you have, but even further than that, how good you are at scheming and planning. What if you are wrong and the matter of abdication remains a big deal in the future? What reason does the family have to believe that you won't have left several countermeasures to ensure your success one way or another? You've already displayed the ability to kill ancestors now. What will it look like in 10 years? We cannot skip a generation of patriarchs, or else it will cause an imbalance in the family's future that won't be easily corrected. Because the Nova generation was stuck in the Cataclysm Zone, your time of rule must be cut down and shared with the Comet generation. This has already been decided. And yet, you still talk of how much the family will change in that shortened time frame. Just how do you expect others to believe you? Indeed, the ancestors had already decided to compensate the Comet generation in this way. Both the Nova and Comet generation would serve for shortened sentences. Maybe if Lionel had the normal reign, he would be believed. But with the length of time shortened so considerably, how could they? They felt like he was just saying anything he could to get his hands on the position. Then he would likewise do whatever he could to guarantee himself a position into the future. But toward this explanation, Lionel only responded lightly. It seems you haven't yet realized. The Morales family has already changed beyond your recognition. What need is there for 10 years? Or even 5 or less? Chapter 2196. Published at 29th of September, 2023, 8:59 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 2196. Cowardice if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2196. Cowardice. The Overlord frowned, not quite understanding what Lionel was trying to get at. But in a rare moment of patience, maybe due to the attitude of the Overlord to begin with and how he had approached matters, Lionel chose to explain. How have heirs been chosen in the past? The Overlord's pupils constricted into pinholes. It seems that you understand already, Lionel continued indifferently. An heir is a man or woman with both lineage factors of the Morales. It's always been easy enough. There are billions born to the Morales in every generation, deciding a ruler among them would be a ridiculous task to take on every few decades. So, instead, this route was chosen. It was also a method to bring together the two bashing heads of the Metal Synergy and Spear Domain factions, allowing them to unite under one person. But is that even possible anymore? The ancestors and elders who were still kneeling on the ground were shaken. They had spent so long trying to make clear the new changes of their lineage factor that they had forgotten one very important thing. There were no longer two lineage factors. The two had been fused into one supremely powerful lineage factor, and on top of that, every currently living Moralis had been granted it under the power of the stars. If the rules of the past were taken literally, the Comet generation had no heirs. If they were taken loosely, then everyone of the Comet generation was an heir. This was a huge change that they hadn't even considered until this moment. They were too focused on other things so much so that they had neglected something so obviously right before them. How would they even begin to deal with this? Hold an air war with them all? But there weren't even remotely enough powers in the human domain to do such a thing, setting aside how difficult it was to set up such an event. What if they forgot about the leadership part of the air wars and just had the Moralis fight amongst themselves? But that wouldn't work either. For one, it would breed a lot of animosity, and it would also result in various factions helping their descendants in one way or another, the very matter that the original rules were supposed to stop. To make matters worse, the Moralis didn't want to choose an heir just based on battle prowess. Not only would that greatly dissatisfy those of the Metal Synergy faction, it wouldn't be smart on their part either. They wanted someone who could lead, and this was especially important for the members of the Moralis family who were all too used to being free-spirited and hot-headed. They needed a steady hand. The more they thought about this matter, the more of a headache they got. They suddenly understood that Lionel was right. This was already a version of the Moralis that they had no understanding of. It had completely changed, and it was mostly because of the young man right before them. If not for his performance in the air wars, their constellation would have never awoken. While it was a headache, would any of them choose to go back to the old way? Of course not. While it was extremely rare to have a single family with two lineage factors, what was even rarer than that was having such a powerful and synergized lineage factor like this new one before them. The Overlord looked toward Lionel deeply. This is still not enough. We figured out a method in the past. We can figure out a new one now. Once the new lineage factor is understood, it will be easier to pick out those with great talent and those with less. We can simply create a new standard. And by the time you do that, how many more changes do you think there will be? Lionel asked. The Overlord fell into silence. It was hard to tell a young man that had already done so much what he could and couldn't do, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Beyond that, I think you're wrong about something. I do not need 10 years. It took me not even 2 years to go from the 6th dimension to the 7th. I could kill ancestors at the 6th dimension. What do you think I can do now? The Overlord's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to threaten the Moralis? I should be. The pupils of the Overlord constricted. He suddenly felt a very dangerous aura coming from Lionel, one that could snuff out his life with a thought. The Moralis have greatly disappointed me. Weakness, I can tolerate. Cowardice and inaction, I cannot. The ancestors and elders had a fierce reaction to this. Yes, they had chosen not to go to the void battlefield, but it wasn't out of fear or cowardice. They were Moralis. They didn't have such a bone in their body. Unwilling to admit it? Ask yourselves why you chose to remain behind. You wanted to protect this land. You feared that if you left you would be vulnerable, that the Moralis you left behind would be taken advantage of by others. You would rather allow the human domain to be broken into, to be plundered, to watch the weak from families you probably feel superior to fight the battle for you. Is this not a form of fear? Of cowardice? Lionel never raised his voice, and yet the Moralis ancestors couldn't seem to raise their heads, their throats constricting and their chests feeling heavy. Would you like to know what I want to do with the Moralis? That matter is simple enough. You're welcome to stay and listen to the changes I'm about to make. The Overlord frowned, but he didn't say anything else. Technically, Lionel wasn't allowed to make any changes while they were in an ancestor rule state, but it was also clear that Lionel didn't care. Currently, The Overlord was more interested in what Lionel had to say. The first is the most simple. From now on, no member of the Morales will enter the Void Palace. Chapter 2197, published at 29th of September, 2023, 8:59 and 46 seconds a.m., Chapter 2197. A Pride Beyond. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2197. A Pride Beyond. These words weren't as crazy as what they expected, but the more they thought about the implications, the heavier they felt. The Void Palace was the symbol of humanity. Sending their descendants was more than about training. If it was just this, they would be able to train their own descendants far better. After all, they had the deepest understanding of their lineage factor and how their bodies worked. Figuring out a training plan for just a single kind of person was far easier. No, sending their disciples was in one part to remind the human domain of the kind of potential the Morales had, making their prestige greater and making it so that it was even less likely that others would have designs on them. But more importantly than that, it was to forge a united front. The humans had an obvious weakness. They followed too many paths as a race. It was easy for them to butt heads and to push and pull in all sorts of different directions. The Void Palace was needed. While smaller families fought for a place in the Void Palace for larger families, it was almost a tacit mandate, one accepted by them all. If the Morales truly decided not to send anyone, it would be adjacent to declaring themselves an enemy of the human domain. Looking at the indifferent Lionel, they felt that this was truly what he wanted. His sights were set beyond the Morales. They faintly gained the understanding that when Lionel said that he would change the Morales, he didn't just mean them. He likely meant the entire human domain. The second thing will be a replacement for the Void Palace, whether that is in battle, crafting, or force pill crafting. The Morales were shaken when they heard this. They had never had many force pill crafting talents. It could be said that part of the reason it was so important for them to remain on good terms with the rest of the human domain was so that they could continue to be supplied by such things. But then they remembered, this littlest Nova's woman, wasn't she one of the only few life-grade force pill crafters in the human domain? After they thought this, though, they felt a sense of shame. Lionel's words about cowardice and fear rang in their ears once more. They should have cut ties with the Void Palace the moment Ishmael died, but they hadn't. Now Velasco had died, and anyone who wasn't a fool could be certain that the Void Palace had some hand to play in this matter as well. Would they still swallow that sort of insult just for the sake of some pills? The crafting curriculum will be designed by my father. The force pill crafting will be designed by the best elders you have here. The battle curriculum will be decided after the secrets of the new lineage factor are fully understood. Confusion colored the faces of the people here. Some thought the worst, and even thought that maybe Lionel and Aina were no longer together. But Lionel explained the matters quite simply. My woman's ability index is the reason that she can enter the life grade of force pill crafting. This isn't an ability that she can casually hand off to others. Before the elders could be disappointed, Lionel continued. However, what she can do is provide many life grade recipes, from the 4th dimension to the 7th. It will lay a foundation that can allow those who are close to the life grade to cross over the final barrier. The hearts of the elders skipped a beat. 4th dimensional life grade? Suddenly, they remembered Lionel's armors. Could it truly be that a life grade treasure didn't have to be 8th dimensional? Just this information alone was groundbreaking. Recipes to force pill crafters were just like blueprints to force crafters. Lionel's words seemed to imply that Aina could actually provide many, and it didn't even sound like a handful or just a few either. This was something that was hard for them to fathom. For force pill crafters, as rare as they were, they would often just have a single life grade pill that they could craft. The idea that Aina was so far beyond this made it difficult for their heads to wrap around. The third thing is a return to the status quo. The Morales will not live in fear. Those that are here, once the force eruption is through, will be sent back to their homes to take care of the land. These words were ones that the ancestors had the fiercest reaction to. However, it was only because of Lionel's words about force pill crafting that many of them only frowned, not immediately lashing out. Still, it was clear that they didn't like this decision at all. Lionel's actions were akin to placing the commoners of the Morales in the line of fire. They would be vulnerable and prone to dying. It would also be harder to manage the resources as well. In a family so large, there were bound to be bad actors. If they also left these fringe families unprotected, that would breed a lower class and crime would ramp up, making this population of bad actors even larger. If a group decided to start smuggling their eighth-dimensional resources to the outside world, what would they do? It was impossible to manage such a large group of people without extremely strict rules. There was no way other families wouldn't take advantage of this. If they could think of these matters, how could Lionel not? But his thoughts were quite firm. The Morales need a family of warriors, not a few warriors and a large group of commoners. You still think yourselves to be valiant men and women, willing to stand with blade in hand to face death. And yet what decision did you make when it counted most? That identity of the Morales has long since been forgotten, and the people beneath you have forgotten how good it feels to fight and earn what you deserve. The most important part is that no matter how thorough you ancestors are, unearthing all of the secrets of a new lineage factor in just a few weeks or months is impossible. You need to give as many people as possible a chance to unearth new techniques and abilities you had never thought of. You need to incentivize them with rewards and let them feel a pride that comes from being a Morales that goes beyond just a name and a skin tone. Do you understand? Lionel's indifferent words made the hearts of the Morales tremble. Chapter 2198, published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 21 seconds a.m. Chapter 2198, second question. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button and again. Chapter 2198, second question. Lionel listed off many other things, and the elders slowly began to feel numb. They felt that everything he said was quite reasonable. But there was also another clear undercurrent to it all. This was especially so when Lionel spoke about creating an identity for the Morales. Everything he said was perfect. It even made their blood boil, but then old men and women were all savvy and well-experienced. Everything about this identity that Lionel was trying to create existed outside of the Morales themselves. To put it bluntly, he was trying to create a culture that had nothing to do with their bloodline. As expected, his sights were far beyond the Morales. In fact, it seemed that the Morales were just a stepping stone to what he truly wanted to accomplish. When he succeeded in that goal and conquered other families, this sort of culture that he was breeding would be perfect for that. But what it also made clear was that Lionel's loyalty to the Morales was questionable. In fact, he had made it obvious that he wasn't very satisfied with them at all. But it was also this that made them fear this young man all the more. Not only did he not feel a need to fawn over them, but it even gave them the feeling that they wanted to prove him wrong. They, as elders countless years Lionel Sr., actually wanted to prove themselves to a junior. Just what kind of ridiculous situation was this? However, those here also knew that there were clear undercurrents in the Morales family that Lionel had most definitely not dealt with just yet. They wondered how Lionel would deal with these matters. But it also seemed that they wouldn't have to wait long to know. After everything had settled down, and Lionel seemed to be finished, Ancestor Issa stepped forward once more. Littlest Nova, if you want to push the family in the right direction, a better, stronger direction, I can respect it. However, we need to deal with some ugly matters first. If we concede to you and allow you to take on the role of patriarch despite the rules you've broken, then you must concede in some facets as well. It's not lost on me that you seem to have a grudge with Third Nova as you've still not released him from your captivity, even until this point. Can I ask why, and when do you plan on letting him go? There were two main factions within the Morales, but there were also many branches of families. These family branches weren't named for the sake of cohesion, an effort taken on by the ancestors, and something that only became more troubling with every passing generation, but these solutions obviously weren't perfect. Ishmael, Velasco and Lionel, along with his uncle Montez, represented one such branch. First Nova, the current patriarch, and First Nova's mother represented another. And, of course, Third Nova was the representative of yet another, a branch that Issa had obviously been a part of until she departed for the sake of serving the family as an ancestor, another measure that the upper echelon had taken for the sake of maintaining cohesion. However, this measure was obviously not perfect either, because this was already the second time that Issa had been the one to speak up for Third Nova. Although, her words were perfectly reasonable as well. If Lionel wanted cohesion, he couldn't be so biased. The point of the Air Wars was for all conflict to start and end with the rise and fall of its banner. If conflicts were taken outside those limits, how would the Morales continue to exist? The Overlord, who had remained silent all the while, continued to do so. He had obviously watched the Air Wars. He watched every single one, which was why he was familiar with how Lionel did things. But Lionel also wasn't the type to leave such a large flaw in his plans either, nor did he seem like the type that would rely on emotion to make decisions. At least not when it came to things other than his father. So the question was, what was his plan here exactly? The Overlord was obviously privy to a lot of information that others weren't, as were the other Overlords who had yet to appear. But it was also because of this that he didn't have a fierce reaction to Lionel's choice, while also waiting to understand how he planned to deal with it. Even those that weren't part of Issa's branch felt that she was correct. If Lionel didn't do this, then their resistance to other matters would be far greater, and he might not even be able to get off the ground. It wasn't lost on them that Lionel had yet to be truly crowned their patriarch. Lionel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved a hand. At that moment, a chained and almost far too scantily clad Demoness appeared. As disheveled as she was, even the private and intimate parts that even she usually left hidden had quite literally fallen out, but she didn't seem embarrassed enough to try and fix it, or maybe she was simply too tired to do so. Do you know what race of being this is? Issa frowned. It could be a demon, but it could also be a human with a special ability index or lineage factor. It would be impossible to tell at a glance. Are you trying to incriminate Third Nova with this? You used Cloud race members during your battle, did you not? Wouldn't you be incriminating yourself? There are no such rules in the Morales. Many nodded. This much was true. When did I say anything like that? Lionel asked. Usually, this would be a rhetorical question, but after several seconds, Issa realized that Lionel was forcing her to respond. You didn't. Good. Don't make assumptions about what my thoughts are. It makes it too obvious when you're trying to poison the well. I suggest a more subtle approach. Issa's gaze flashed with rage, but she quickly calmed down, looking toward Lionel indifferently. Please continue, she said lightly. Second question, Lionel replied, unperturbed. Do you know what relation these demons have with the Silver Empire? Issa's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 2199, published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 20 seconds a.m., Chapter 2199. Third Nova's demise if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2199, Third Nova's demise. Lionel didn't react much to Issa's shock. The line he was drawing was something others probably didn't expect him to know or to understand, but there were clearly many here who were shocked by more than just the fact he had said the words Silver Empire. What are you trying to say? Issa said with narrowed eyes. This woman has a relation to the Silver Empire. It was the Silver Empire's emperor that fought my father in his final battle, and this woman and your Third Nova are closely connected. What should I think about that? Issa's gaze narrowed further. You simply said this with no other kind of proof. On top of that, even with such choppy visuals, it was clear to anyone with sharp eyes that the Silver Emperor in that battle was nothing more than a puppet on someone else's string. How can that matter even be blamed on the Silver Empire, especially when they died so long ago? Taking 1,000 steps back, the Silver Empire, like I've said, is long gone. Even if this girl is their descendant, how can she still be related to the Silver Empire of old? And even if she was somehow related to all of this, once again, the The Silver Emperor you saw was nothing more than a puppet. Issa's words were once again reasons. Lionel had not shown any proof. He had just spoken as though his word was law. This was already something that the various elders didn't like. But on top of that, the Silver Empire wasn't clearly on the side of the wrong either. While the Silver Empire had been destroyed due to its connection with demons, these elders and ancestors knew that that was nothing more than a pretext. Powerful families didn't like other powerful families to exist, and the Silver Empire just happened to give them a good reason to target. Plus, since Lionel had made use of the Cloud Race, where was his moral superiority in this case? That would be a good rebuttal, if not for the fact that one of the 3 founding members of the Three-Finger Cult, the organization behind the descent of the Cataclysm Zone, and the very same organization that both sunk its claws into the Void Palace and took part in this domain war on the side of the invaders. Issa was shaken again, but she didn't have an immediate response outside of the fact that Lionel had yet to display any proof. Unfortunately, she was far more unwilling to say this now, because she felt like Lionel was goading her into doing so, also that she could embarrass herself again. This time, Lionel didn't wait. He waved his hand, and an old man appeared. He waved his hand again, and another old man appeared, then another. The 4th time came an old woman, and then another, and then an old man again. This continued until the hall was filled with what looked like dozens of old-timers, each of them exuding powerful auras, and yet each one of them subdued and unable to do anything but look around with sharp gazes. "Do you know who these people are?" Lionel asked. Issa grit her teeth, but outwardly she looked just the same. "No," she finally said. "These people are the leaders of the families and organizations that Third Nova had under his wing. Do you know what they all have in common?" Lionel waved his hand, and a powerful spear force that made Issa's spine tingle manifested, shredding their clothing apart in various locations. One after another, a simple tattoo of an unadorned line of 3 appeared. The tattoo couldn't have been blander, just 3 straight, thick lines of black. And yet, with it appearing on them one after another, a pattern was revealed all too easily. The Three-Finger Cult, each and every last one of them. How the Third Nova had managed to get so many family geniuses to defect to his side was entirely unknown. But what was even more unexpected than that was that Lionel had actually gone out to find each and every one of them, bringing them forward just for this moment. Just with this alone, Lionel had no need to prove any sort of connection to the Silver Empire. It made others wonder just why he had it all. It was like he was trying to goad Issa into looking foolish, as though he was trying to make a point. For those that understood what was happening right before them, it was something they found a difficult time accepting. But they knew exactly what it was. A warning. Third Nova has broken the most sacred of Morales family rules. Over 20 years ago, when I first stepped foot into the Void Palace, I was sent into the Raypack's nest along with my fellow members of the Cataclysm generation. During that time, my woman was targeted yet again by members of the Three-Finger Cult. The ones behind that sudden change to the structure of the true selection was none other than the Unfettered Blade Party under the behest of none other than Third Nova. He tried to kill me once back then he tried to kill me again during the Air Wars. He spat in the face of what it meant to be a Morales, even relying on such an evil organization for the hope of becoming the patriarch of his very family. "You tell me, what should happen to Third Nova under these rules?" Lionel asked calmly. Issa looked Lionel dead in his eyes before slowly responding. "According to the family rules, he should be executed." Lionel nodded. "Sound about right. None of you have to worry, though. I've long since taken these matters into my own hands. Third Nova is no longer in this world." Issa's pupils constricted, her fists clenching, but there was nothing she could say. Of all the things she had expected to happen, this was the very last. But here they were. Lionel stood up and walked down from the throne, walking by the ancestors one by one until he disappeared from sight. He didn't even bother to say goodbye. Not long later, Lionel appeared within a certain section of the segmented cube, looking down at a chained individual with his hair drooping over his eyes. This man was none other than Third Nova. Chapter 2200. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 2200. Let me know if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 2200. Let me know Lionel had purposely left the various patriarchs and matriarchs of the families that Third Nova had made use of behind. It not only showed confidence in his story, but it also allowed the family ancestors to double and triple check his story. In the end, they would have no method of refuting him. He had even left Third Nova's favorite little demoness behind as well. But therein lied a question. Why did he lie about Third Nova's death? Really, he just wanted control. Lying about Third Nova's death was an opportunity he couldn't pass on because it would save him the trouble of dealing with other variables. So long as others thought that Third Nova was dead, they wouldn't ask to see him or for him to be put on trial, and it would stop his branch and those that sympathized with him from finding a way to weasel him out of the situation. But that obviously left another question. Why hadn't he actually killed Third Nova? That answer was more complicated. Truthfully, in his rage, it seemed only natural that Lionel would do so. After all, someone with a connection to the Three-Finger Cult that had in many ways caused his father's death truly infuriated him. The problem was that the risk wasn't worth it. Not now. That risk was, of course, the matter of information. There seemed to be an obvious solution to that, and that was to kill Third Nova, use his King's Might lineage factor, gain himself an obedient soul, and then ask this soul everything that he wanted to know. Unfortunately, this wasn't the perfect solution, and that was something that he had learned from questioning Simeon, the first important member of the Brazinger family that he had killed. Lionel had only managed to get rudimentary information out of Simeon, but this made sense. The four great families had once had a great fear of the Fox family, and this was also what led to their destruction. How could they not have countermeasures to deal with their strength, especially when they released that tablet into the world once more through that Gathering of Geniuses event? It wasn't certain that Third Nova had similar protections, but Lionel kept remembering how, after the savants of the Three-Finger Cult died, their souls couldn't be controlled by him indefinitely, as though some power was pulling them away. He had no choice but to assimilate them so that he didn't lose their powers indefinitely, but this didn't allow him to gain the information he wanted. This ultimately meant that he had to question Third Nova the good old-fashioned way, or else he might not gain any information at all. But such a thing would take a great amount of patience. Of course, there was also the second method, and that was to find and undo whatever restrictions there might be on him, and then do it the far easier way. But the unfortunate part was that the progress of the Cataclysm zones was too far beyond that of the dimensional verse in Lionel's current understandings. Lionel could practically storm through the dimensional verse thanks to his self-created armors by his troops, but such armors were commonplace in the Cataclysm zone. And that was just one example. He could only leave this matter up to Anastasia and hope for the best. At that moment, seemingly sensing Lionel's arrival, Zavnik slowly looked up, his gaze swimming with a gaseous green that slowly faded away. He revealed a menacing grin before lowering his head once more, ignoring Lionel entirely. At the very least, he had the heart of a Morales. Even in this situation, he had yet to show any weakness. But neither did Lionel care. He turned and left, going to see Aina and explaining to her what he needed her to do for the sake of his plans with the Force Pill crafting division. "No problem, leave it to me," Aina said lightly. "Thanks," Lionel said before vanishing. Aina smiled bitterly. "You really don't need to thank me, idiot." Lionel appeared not long later before his mother. "Mom, I need your help with something," Lionel said. Eleanor's eyes lit up. They had been in the Morales territory for almost a day now, but she hadn't done anything. She really wanted to support Lionel, but she also didn't want to be in his way. "What is it, little lion?" "With your world spirit, you have a strong understanding of the Camelot magic system, right?" Eleanor nodded. "Have there been any other zones like Camelot in the time that I've been away?" "There have been some, but none as good or worthwhile. That said, we're quickly approaching the 8th dimension, and I can sense that another one is coming. That zone will probably appear soon." Lionel's gaze flickered. He didn't expect that his mother would be able to sense such a thing as well, but it made sense. It wouldn't be impossible that soon, the Morales family world that hadn't had to deal with subdimensional zones in a very long while might have yet another wave on their hands as well. But Lionel was far more interested in Earth's zones now that he was hearing that there may be some interesting ones. I see. Lionel nodded. Can you please make a comprehensive plan for how one would learn the Camelot magic system from simple to complex, according to your understanding? I would like to give it as an option for certain members of the Morales. Okay. Eleanor nodded without hesitation. Her understanding of the magic system was better than anyone else's, even his enlightened self. It was practically an innate part of her. She was by far the best for this task. Also, please let me know when those zones start to appear. I'm a bit worried about Earth. Things are happening too fast, and I have a feeling that they'll speed up even faster. There likely isn't anyone on Earth outside of yourself who has the ability to clear eighth-dimensional zones. Eleanor's gaze flickered with worry as well, but she nodded. This would be the first time that the human domain was dealing with such powerful subdimensional zones. While it was a great opportunity, it was also a great hidden danger as well. Whether it would lead to treasure or death would be decided within these next few years. One more thing, Mom. If you hear of any zones with the prefix Merlin's prophecy, let me know. That person that called themselves God in the Jones Zone and the Camelot Zone. Lionel was certain that he was king, the very man that his father had risked it all to kill with a single spear strike. The very man with the ability to gift ability indexes through force arts. One had to wonder why such a lofty existence cared so much about treasures in a world he had supposedly created himself. It seemed backward and illogical. Why would someone who could create this world be interested in any it could produce? But then again, why create this world at all if there was nothing to gain from it? Lionel wanted to know why. Chapter 2201. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 2201. Indifference if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2201. Indifference. Lionel sat in silent meditation. Absolutely nothing was happening around him, and the same was true within him. His mind was completely clear, and his thoughts seemed to have entered a state of dormancy. He was truly doing nothing at all, simply waiting. It was a novel sort of feeling. He hadn't been able to clear his mind like this for a long time, staring at the blank, dark space of his own eyelids. But did nothing to change the negative emotions stirring within him. He could feel it bubbling upward, that cold indifference toward everything, that look that gazed down upon the world itself as though nothing was important before his whims. It was the very same emotion that he had feared taking root in himself for so long, and yet he had inevitably reached this point despite his efforts. And the greatest shame of it all was that he simply didn't care. He originally valued lives only because he couldn't think of a logical method to differentiate human lives. But there was another reason. It was because his father had instilled certain values within him, and if he ever reached a point where he simply stopped caring, the result on the other side wasn't something that he would want to see. He had said himself many years ago that this was the case. He had avoided it. He had dodged to the best of his ability, running away from his own nature. And yet here he was. He could feel that there was something inside him. That very same feeling his usual laziness stemmed from. The same feeling that encroached on disregard for all life. It was the kind of feeling that came from someone who already sat atop it all. He was lazy because nothing was worth his effort. He was indifferent because he had already seen all. He didn't care about life because he had already seen too many people die, and maybe he was waiting for someone to finally kill him. Too bad they were all too weak. Insignificant creatures. All of them. Rushing around the world, pretending as though they were accomplishing something when, in the end, they were just pawns on the chessboard of someone else. When those ancestors looked at him as though they were so much more knowing, so much more experienced, so much stronger, it took everything in him not to kill them. Quite frankly, he didn't know why he had. What use was this worthless Morales family? Why was he even trying? It felt like it was out of habit, a muscle memory that extended beyond him, or maybe it was the muscle memory of a version of him that still cared. Little princes and princesses, was it? He could do that. But it was amusing, the woman he was doing it, for he had hardly looked in the eye in the last several weeks. He could see that hopeful expression in her eye, the hope that he would smile and turn everything around in a blink like he usually did, that disappointment when he inevitably didn't. He could see something similar in his mother's eyes. They probably thought that they had hidden it well, and maybe they had. In the face of someone else, that is. But he could practically see the fluctuations of their souls. He couldn't read their thoughts, but it might as well have been the same. And maybe that was also part of where the indifference came. The fleshly nature of a person was so irrelevant. It told nothing but lies. It was far too weak and fragile, able to collapse at just a single touch. What worth did it have? She was trying, though, that woman he hardly knew. It wasn't her fault. She had been forced to stay in the Void Palace, that place that he would raze to the ground soon enough. She wanted to support him, to be by his side, and it was admirable, especially considering how much her soul was hurting, how much she wanted to no longer be in this world. Maybe that was the kind of weight a parent's love should have. He wondered if he would look at his children the same way, or if it would be just like this. Maybe he would be able to love them as babies. But what about when their thoughts became more complex, when their cries turned from something instinctual to something manipulative, as though they could fool his eyes? Or maybe they would be like him, their father. Would they look upon the world with indifference as well? When they gazed down upon the structure of all that was, realizing that their father had handed it to them on a silver platter without even their effort being necessary. Just what kind of person would that make them? How could they not end up like the current him, carrying that same indifference to all things? And maybe that was why his own father had always been that way. Velasco had thrown him to the wolves, forcing him to fend for himself every step of the way. If he never reached the pinnacle of the world, then maybe it would have been a perfect tactic. So long as there was someone above him, that indifference would sit at bay. Maybe his father wanted to be that very person. But he couldn't be that anymore. He was gone forever. He knew it was useless to even think about. He had already asked Aina exactly what that version of himself had said, and he had already deduced the meaning of those words. This time was a failure too. Even with all the strength in the world, it was useless, entirely useless. Without his father, it would be impossible for another to be above him, and so the cycle would continue. That cold indifference, that certainty of the meaninglessness of life. And maybe that was his purpose. His father couldn't be here, so maybe it was simply his task to become that insurmountable mountain for his own children, so that they wouldn't experience this level of coldness. Chapter 2202. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 12 seconds a.m., Chapter 2202. Ancient History. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2202. Ancient History. Lionel slowly opened his eyes. As he did so, there was a knock at his door before it opened. Aina walked in with a tall bundle of paper and handed them to him. They seemed to carry the recipes that he had asked her for. He nodded lightly and accepted it before he waved a hand, and it vanished, likely off to whomever he had tasked with doing such things. It's also about time to return, Aina said. Lionel stood, understanding her meaning. What are the details? Eleanor says that it's a 4-person entry. The name of the subdimensional zone is Merlin's Prophecy. Earth's Ancient History. Lionel frowned. Earth's Ancient History? What was that supposed to mean? It didn't pin down any sort of era, nor did it mention a myth. He assumed that this would be a mythological zone, but maybe that had been an incorrect assumption in the first place. After all, there had also been Joan's Zone, which had such a prefix, but it was a normal zone that went back in time to an obvious era of history, just like one might expect. Just because Camelot's zone was mythological in nature didn't mean that the next would be. It was impossible to establish a pattern with just 2, but maybe this zone would be purposely unlike the first 2. But all of this was questionable and uncertain. Earth's ancient history could mean too many things, and many of the matters that had occurred prior to the establishment of the American Empire were far too blurry, and it only got worse after the Ascension Empire took over the world. Emperor Fox had a very tight rein on information, but there was very little about how the Ascension Empire had come about, and also what the world was like before the war began, at least not much beyond the immediate past of the situation. On top of that, because the tectonic plates had been moved and manipulated, forging a large Pange-like supercontinent that brought everyone together, whether it was former historical sites or even regions that could have been used for carbon dating, it was all thrown away. It could be said that matters before around 1000 CE, and certainly anything before, was far more blurred than anyone wanted to admit. The profession of archaeology and history was mostly dead, although still taught in some lesser form. Emperor Fox probably had his reasons for doing so. He had truly come out of nowhere, and he likely wasn't even a true native of Earth, at least not in the sense that could be widely accepted by everyone. So doing things like this was obvious. Just to put matters into perspective, monuments like the pyramids or the Sphinx or anything of the like had long since been destroyed, removed, and replaced by monuments of the Ascension Empire instead. As for archaeology, whereas it had once been a profession of field study, language, and deduction, it had mostly become one of deduction and theory, not much different from the field of cutting-edge physics, and yet much less useful. There were many on Earth who still speculated that the pyramids were built by ancient beings, or that Atlantis had truly once existed, or even that the Library of Alexandria held secrets that they as humans of the mortal world couldn't even begin to imagine. Lionel had learned all of this at Royal Blue Academy, from a bit of a cookie professor who went by Teacher Midnight. That wasn't even his real name. He just insisted on calling himself that, as he felt that the world of archaeology was in a dark age. He found this to be very lamentable and changed his name in solidarity. He was quite well known as the Crazy Teacher, and Lionel had only taken one of his classes. Funny enough, it was that very class that he had learned the history of Joan of Arc that helped him quite a bit during the Joan Zone. Teacher Midnight had been a 5-star archaeologist, a shame considering he could never put his profession to use. He was actually the only one on the whole of Earth with that title, but he taught at the 3rd-rank school instead of the 1st. One could see just how little the title was valued from that alone. That man was probably dead by now. Lionel hadn't bothered to check, but the situation in the school wasn't good at the time, and the World Spirits portals would have only picked up the youths. That meant he would have been stuck in a maze of invalids without any fighting experience. On top of that, even if he had been alive, Lionel wouldn't have bothered to go and find him. He was likely too weak, for one, and everything he knew was mostly theory. Lionel could read more and know more than him in a single sitting. It wasn't worth his time. Plus, the way he would approach zones now was very much different. "Let's go then," Lionel said lightly. "Who are you taking?" "You, Mother, and as for the last, it will have to be little Tolly." Ana's gaze flickered. Indeed, Tolliver counted as a living existence. It wasn't possible to casually take others. But she had a feeling that Anastasia might have a workaround for that. If she could think of it, Lionel definitely could. It was just that he couldn't be bothered to deal with anyone else. That made her feel both grateful, but also worried. How far down this path would he go exactly? Lionel left the Morales territory with more confidence than one should have expected. He had barely taken control of the situation, and yet he had directly left for a period that may very well be a very long time. Days later, he stepped foot onto Earth once again with his mother and Ana by his side, directly appearing before the massive portal. It was the largest that he had seen outside of the Cataclysm Zone's descent, and he could also smell a keen sense of danger from it. Although his gaze sharpened, he didn't say anything else, entering with confident steps. Chapter 2203. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 10 seconds a.m. Chapter 2203. Corpse ship if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 2203. Corpse ship. When Lionel's opened his eyes, his gaze was quite sharp. He immediately realized that he wasn't in his own body, something that startled him partially. His first thought was immediately the Valiant Heart Zone. Though back then he had been in his own body, he had been dropped into a story that wasn't his own, having already formed relationships with a great deal of people he simply did not know. This seemed to be just a step beyond that, but the body in question was far too odd. His skin was a grayish hue with a slight tinge of blue. His body was tall, standing at almost 4 meters, and while he was lean, he was extremely muscular. His hands were powerful and curled with short but sharp claws, and his head was smooth, without the slightest sign of the hair that he remembered. His body was covered in tattoos, ancient and deep, seemingly a mixture of an inking and a burning technique that made them slightly elevated, but also a rich, dark bronze to dark gold color. Interestingly enough, he had just been thinking about the Valiant Heart Zone, and his current form of dress was very similar to their style of dress. Thick, white hammer pants covered his lower body, a soft, silky fabric belt wrapping around his waist, and forming a banner that swung between his legs with a powerful force art that Lionel couldn't quite decipher immediately. The only real difference between this uniform and that of the Valiant Heart Mountain was that there was no necklace ornament. Instead, his bare and powerful chest was exposed to the world, rippling with that familiar grayish-blue hue. Finally, there were the steely blue eyes that now reflected from his irises. But within, a ring of violet couldn't be hidden, giving him an even more mysterious air. Lionel looked down for the first time and realized that he was seated on a throne, one so high up that he overlooked the earth itself. Before him, there was a vast last of green, filled with flowing water. However, in the center of it all, there was a flat of sand that was surrounded by dunes. In the middle, dozens of workers that looked like smaller versions of himself worked. As for what they were building, the pyramids. Lionel had never seen them before, outside of pictures, that is. It wasn't even remotely complete now, and most of it was large constructions under the earth, and yet he understood instinctively just what was happening. What kind of zone was this exactly? Was it a true recounting of history? But this race didn't exist amongst the many he knew of, and even if they did exist in some other world, what would that have to do with the fact that they were here? This was meant to be history. It wouldn't take into account unrelated parties. With such looks, they could be mistaken for demons, but Lionel was intimately familiar with the aura of demons. These guys didn't have the same sort of chaotic aura usual of demons. They were clearly a race of beings completely separate. Of course, it wasn't impossible. They could be like the Oryx, a smaller group of beings with a population size unable to take control of their own domain. But why were they so powerful? It felt to Lionel as though he could destroy the world with a snap of his finger, as though a single claw would rip through the fabric of reality, as though a single clench of his fist could bring two realities together and force them to be one. This group of being, even if there was just one of them at this level of strength, could easily command a domain, if not the entirety of the dimensional verse. What was most shocking was that this strength didn't seem to be regulated by the regulator at all. It didn't make sense for this to be real history in this case. But this couldn't be a mythological zone either. A mythological zone necessitated that it be a prominent legend. Many people had to be aware of it. It had to still be talked about, to still be passed along. He had simply never heard of these people. It was impossible for them to still be talked about because no one knew about them. Even if this was a legend surrounding the pyramids, it didn't make any sense because there was no conclusive theory on what had happened with the pyramids. There wasn't even a popular guess. It just wasn't talked about enough. There was another important matter as well. Aside from the fact he had no idea where Aina and Alienor were, the stronger the mythological zone, the more prominent its legend could be. The fact that this zone hadn't appeared until now should mean that it was one of the most significant events in Earth's culture. That only made it more impossible that it was a mythological zone. Logic all seemed to point to this being a normal subdimensional zone. It couldn't even be a zone placed in the future because it was the pyramids being built right now. This couldn't have been any further in the past if it tried. Even after all of this thought, he still didn't have any answers. But what was more suffocating than that was that he realized that he didn't have the segmented cube or his mother. That meant that he had no method of telling what the goal of his zone was supposed to be. His father's dictionary was inside of the segmented cube. His mother, with the world spirit, should be able to tell the goal with just some thought, and yet she was nowhere to be seen as well. There is an entry limit of 4. If I've taken over the life of someone else, that should mean that they have as well, but more importantly, then that they should have taken over the lives of figures just as important as me, whether that be in status or in what role they played in history. In that case, Lionel's gaze sharpened. He raised his head, and at that moment, the oddest ship he had ever seen in his life began to descend from above. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. No wonder why it was so odd. That wasn't just a ship, it was a ship formed of the corpse of a beast. And not just any beast, but the strongest beast in existence. The Void Beast. Chapter 2204. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 2204. Just the same. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2204. Just the same. Void Beast. The greatest interaction that Lionel had ever had with Void Beasts was with the vial of blood that had changed much of Little Blackstar's future. However, the more he learned, the more ridiculous he felt that matter was. Back then, Kira had told him that her family found the corpse of a Void Beast that had already died long ago, and thanks to that, they were able to gather up its blood. But even though she had admitted that they hadn't killed it, Lionel had still found that master odd. In fact, he felt that the idea that a Void Beast could exist in the dimensional verse at all was far too ridiculous. This kind of world couldn't accommodate such a powerful creature. So, where could its corpse have come from? Looking at the carcass of the beast formed into a ship above him, he realized that he might be looking at the answer right before. What if it was precisely this ship that Kira's family had found in the past? But then, that left another question. Just where had it come from? This led him down the very same rabbit hole that had left him silent for so long in the first place. Just who were these race of people, and where had they come from? And why did they make him feel like the spirituals that he had placed on such a high pedestal were worthless beings? Lionel slowly stood from his throne, stepping out and into the air. With a flicker, he had appeared on the back of the corpse ship, his hands clasped behind his back and his movements slow and deliberate. Those that were watching didn't think much of it, but if they had known that this was the first time Lionel had ever seen such a thing, their reactions wouldn't have been so casual. It was said that the first time anyone saw a Void Beast, they would be immobilized with fear, faced with an existential dread that could consume their lives. In truth, many never recovered. The lucky among those spent the rest of their lives in depression. Those that landed in the middle might push on for several more years before finally succumbing and committing suicide. As for those that were the unluckiest, they would never awaken, frozen in a state of fear for the rest of their lives. Unable to eat, breathe, or circulate their own force, they would die standing, vanishing into the wind in a swirling stream of ash. This was the Void Beast, the most powerful creature in all of existence, the wielder of archaic force. The Void Beast didn't immediately look as though it had any form. It was a mass of swirling shadows that sometimes solidified, but seemed to prefer to be free-flowing and unrestrained. Just its presence alone darkened the skies for more reasons than just blocking out the sun. However, the more you looked at it, the more the defined patterns of movement cleared in your sights, and the more the true form of this beast imprinted itself into your mind. It had many eyes, what seemed like countless, all concentrated onto a single pointed surface that barely resembled the majestic head of a dragon. Its body was both scaled and furred, but seemed to be formed of twisting masses of thick, condensed lines of darkness that looked somewhat like a being skinned to reveal the muscle mass beneath. It looked as though these muscle fibers could pull themselves apart or retwist together into an entirely new form, so long as the Void Beast willed it. And it was also this flexibility that allowed the countless rows of dark windows that made up the ship to call its sides home. Once this image imprinted itself into your mind, the fear would then take root. The image would fade, and etch itself into your soul, as though it was a force art designed for the sole purpose of crushing your dreams. It was hard to tell if this form that the void beast seemed to have was real or not, or if it was all a ploy from the very beginning to force you to experience the greatest fear there was in all of existence. And yet, Lionel simply landed on its back, his expression unmoved and his movements unhurried. This was precisely what one might expect from El Ryan, Prince of the Pluto race. However, who was not expected of was Lionel Morales. Human, Lionel walked forward with slow steps, as though waiting for something. By the time he had made it across the deck, the doors had finally opened. Out from within, a being with skin as dark as night appeared. It looked as though the cosmos was hidden within its flesh, its eyes as bright as the sun's rays. It was no less tall than Lionel, standing at almost 4 meters, but it seemed even lighter on its feet. On second glance, it actually seemed to be a woman, carrying a peculiar sort of beauty that felt more like how one would feel watching an eagle soar through the skies. Like a husky rushing through thick snow, she truly seemed to have a beauty carved out from Mother Nature herself. But what was odd about this comparison was the fact that in all likelihood, in her eyes, she was the lofty being, while all others were the animals by the roadside. This woman, seemingly naked and yet not at the same time, was Shawn Ray, princess of the Void race. Lionel could tell at a glance that she was neither Aina nor his mother. At the same time, looking into her eyes despite the brightness, he could tell that she wasn't an ally, nor was she an enemy. So, the next words flowed out from his mouth smoothly. "Why are you here?" he asked coldly. Just the same as usual, Shawn Ray spoke with a layered voice that sounded like 3 beautiful women harmonizing at once. Cold, detached above it all. It's no wonder your Pluto race has sunk to the point of having to repay a favor to a mere human. Chapter 2205. Published at 2nd of October, 2023, 5:11 and 7 seconds a.m. Chapter 2205. Disdain if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2205. Disdain. Lionel looked towards Shawn Ray with an unreadable expression. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, mostly because in reality he was trying to deduce what this woman meant. A favor was being returned? To who exactly? And who could make a race of people on this level return a favor? There only really seemed to be one answer. The Fox family. It was the only logical answer, but it was also one that Lionel wasn't willing to accept immediately. There was an obvious flaw you didn't even need to be as intelligent as him to comprehend, and that was the fact that the pyramids had been destroyed by Lionel's time. In fact, they had been destroyed before Fox truly came into power. Also, if this favor was returned so early on, where was Emperor Fox? And if he had the help of this race, why in the world would it take him so long to conquer Earth? A place filled to the brim with mortals? He was still missing something. No, he was missing a significant part of the story. He didn't say this, though. Instead, he directly attacked, his fist descending like a shooting star. Shawn Ray's pupils constricted, clearly not having expected this, but it was already too late. She was struck in the face. Lionel frowned. His fist felt odd. It was as though he was punching something far larger than himself, but also akin to a bundle of clouds. At the same time, it was as though all of his power was sinking into the depths of space, dispersing an infinite number of times before it turned to nothing. Even so, he followed through and then retracted his fist as though he had expected it. In the end, it came off as more of a slap than anything else, but without the same sort of disrespect that came with an open palm. Shawn Ray's gaze flashed with fury, but then something peculiar, as though she had realized something. By the time her head turned back from being turned to the side, and she looked toward Lionel again, it was as though nothing at all had happened. "Watch your mouth," Lionel said lightly. "I asked you a question. Answer it and nothing else." Shawn Ray smiled. "Oh my, I'm sorry, my esteemed prince." This humble servant should have been more selective with her words. She couldn't have sounded more sarcastic if she tried. In fact, Lionel faintly felt that she had seen through the fact that he wasn't the real El Ryan, but for whatever reason, she didn't do anything about it. Or maybe she was unable to do anything about it. Just what kind of races were these? She could see through something like this with just a single touch. This wasn't a normal matter. It was shocking enough that Lionel could see through her thoughts, but it was even more shocking that she could see through him. The matter of subdimensional zones dealt with the folds of reality themselves. In a lot of ways, they were the action of the regulator pulling together to points of time or two-dimensional folds. How could a living being see through such a thing? Even Lionel was certain that he would have no ability to do so. Seeing that sarcastic smile, it was hard to tell if she was making fun of him for trying to pretend to be something he was not, or if she was making fun of El Ryan for actually having his body taken over by another. Something told Lionel, though, that it was the latter. This woman seemed to be so indifferent to the existence of lesser beings that it just might be impossible for one she deemed to be so to move her emotions, whether in anger or disdain. Would one feel disdain toward a dog even if they ate right out of a garbage can? You might give it a glance and nothing else. This was a sort of arrogance that Lionel had simply never seen before, because it wasn't born or created. Rather, it was hereditary, passing down via the very blood rushing through her veins. If this sort of being had blood at all, Lionel suddenly felt supremely pissed off. His mood hadn't been the best in recent times. Seeing that smile, the ring of violet turned crimson. The woman chuckled again, not taking it very seriously, but Lionel had already attacked. This time, the result was far different than what it had been in the past. Before, he had only tried to fire a normal fist. This time, he stirred something deep within this body, a power that he couldn't quite describe outside of a single word. Creation. Bang! The woman's expression changed, but due to her indifference and disdain, it was already too late to react. She was blown backward, unable to catch herself. The skin of her face cracked like glass. She shot through the door she had just come from, blasting into a wall. However, the corpse of Void Beast was so sturdy that she didn't blast through, instead slamming to a stop and coughing up a mouthful of blood that looked like a silver star vomiting. Those within the ship were suddenly alerted, many of them rushing forward. What Lionel noticed immediately was that they were all far smaller than Sean Ray, and the cosmos that covered their skin was far less elaborate. Sean Ray slipped to the ground and coughed once. She looked up slowly, wiping the blood from her lips. Her gaze now carried a look different from her former disdain. Some of that rage had come back, but on the surface, higher than it, was surprise, as well as a hint of wariness. Was she wrong? Was this still El Ryan? Slowly, Sean Ray remembered what she had come here to do. El Ryan, I would advise that you place that arrogance of yours down. I have come for a very clear purpose. The Void Beast is the symbol of my Void race. Do you think that I would be allowed to take it with me as a junior if I didn't represent my dash? Sean Ray's eyes widened as Lionel attacked again. Chapter 2206. Published at 3rd of October, 2023, 6:56 a.m. Chapter 2206. Incomplete world. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Bang. 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 The Void Beast's corpse was simply far too sturdy. No matter how hard Lionel punched, it didn't give way, and Sean Ray only suffered for it all the more. Her body rattled like a drum. Having been caught off guard once, she couldn't seem to find the momentum to retaliate. In the end, she even felt like her life was slipping away from her. No way. I can't die like this. If Sean Ray was confused before, now she was absolutely certain. There was no way that El Ryan would kill her. Although it was still within his personality to punch her like Lionel had before, the consequences of killing her wasn't something that he would be willing to take on. This person was an ant-like existence, but he actually dared to kill her. Sean Ray felt a rage bubble up inside of her, but it was suppressed even more quickly by another one of Lionel's fists. It was absolutely relentless. Each one was plain and simple, and yet they seemed to carry the power of the world. Enough! Sean Ray roared out, but this roar seemed to take a lot out of her. The glass-like fractures on her skin expanded rapidly, and it looked like she might crumble like porcelain in the next moment. Lionel's pupils constricted. It was the most emotion he had shown in recent days, and the reason was quite simple. He couldn't track Shanrei at all. He dug deep, checking through this race's body to find a kernel of the power he had used previously. But trying to do something like that mid-battle, especially when Shanrei was as familiar with her own body as she could possibly be, was practically a death sentence. Lionel barely dodged to the side, and his spear-wielding arm shot into the air. At that moment, his blood dripped down. Despite the ghastly wound, it was shockingly only 3 drops. 3 drops of a radiant gold with hidden flecks of royal blue within. But this very blood, when it fell into the body of the void beast, collided akin to an atomic bomb dropping on the earth. Boom, boom, boom. This indestructible void beast corpse was blown through with 3 heavy craters. The blood almost fell through the entire ship, only stopping after blasting through dozens of floors. Shanrei sneered. To think that she would be able to see the mighty blood of the Pluto race. Although they were on the decline, it hadn't reached a point where one of their princes could be harmed to this extent. But this was the price to pay for rolling around in a pit of mud with trash. Her side swung again. It was the kind of strike that Lionel couldn't even fathom. It seemed to be impossibly simple, and yet carried the mysteries of a universe within. It was a level of skill she couldn't even begin to grasp, and he couldn't deduce what level her force manipulation, or rather force folding, was at. He couldn't react, and his leg was taken, those droplets of blood falling once more. However, it was as though the laws of reality themselves refused to allow this race of being to bleed too much. Even after losing an arm and a leg, he had only lost 6 drops of blood. At the same time, although he had lost 2 limbs, the coldness in his eyes only deepened. And then it clicked. Lionel spun on the tips of his remaining toes, thrusting out his spear with a momentum that shrouded the skies. Shanrei, who had been indifferent and sneering, froze. A spear shot through her chest, her fragile as porcelain skin collapsing as a black hole forming within the depths of her soul. Her eyes glazed over, but just when it seemed that she would truly die, a pressure the likes of which made the both of them look like children appeared. A figure that dwarfed the size of Earth appeared. In fact, he dwarfed even the Milky Way galaxy. If not for the portion of this mind that he had tapped into, Lionel wouldn't even be able to perceive that it was a living being that had just appeared. An eye that was impossibly large locked onto Lionel. An ant of an incomplete world dares. The figure snorted once, and Lionel went flying. But this time, it was truly Lionel. Elryan stood frozen in place, confusion appearing in his eyes, while Lionel's real body flew out like a broken kite, every bone in his body broken. Erdil's note. Surely it's note another humiliation character development moment from the author. I hope I'm wrong. Kind of tired of the author constantly using humiliation as a way to develop his MCs. Chapter 2207. Published at 3rd of October, 2023, 6:55 and 57 seconds AM. Chapter 2207. Boiling if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel landed heavily on the deck. One would have thought that with the level of strength this being had, he would have flown much further than that. Or, even worse, would already be dead. But it seemed that the strength was applied in breaking the rules of this zone, separating him from a body that he should have been one with. In the simplest words, it could be said that he had already failed this zone. In the most complex, this existence had the ability to ignore the rules of this world, stepping through reality and manipulating it to their desires. However, rather than feeling fear, Lionel was only more enraged. Why was this man able to ignore the restrictions of the regulator, but his father was not? Who did he think he was? A furious roar left Lionel's lips. He didn't seem to feel the shattered remnants of his body as his force pushed him up. If he couldn't move his body, then he would move other things. He looked up into the skies. He could no longer feel it. He was certain that there had been an eye there, but his current perception wasn't even able to understand what was before him now outside of a large mass that blotted out the skies. He had no way of telling how it had appeared, or why it was seemingly able to stand both here and not, both in existence and not, somehow taking up all space, and yet not interfering with any of the existence planets, stars, and worlds. But he knew it was there. He was certain. Boom! Lionel's Tier 3 armor appeared, a radiant bow wrapped in black and gold taking shape. He raised it and pulled, his arrow aimed toward the skies. Then he felt it, that very same annoying sneer. He couldn't see it, but he could sense it. It was as though that very emotion prickled the deepest sense of rage within his heart, a part of his sense of self that was so solidly and deeply ingrained that it existed across all time and reality. He knew his arrow would never reach. He knew that trying to attack this existence was meaningless. All those that dare look down on this king. Clink! Lionel's visor snapped into place, his divine armor rumbling to life, and the pressure of force, or lack thereof, coming from Earth's atmosphere rushed toward a single direction. Even the slowly expanding desert below accelerated its growth. Deserve death. Lionel's arrow suddenly lowered, and he released his bowstring. The echo of the twang of his bowstring roared across the folds of reality, the depth of meaning behind his words shaking even the regulator awake. At that moment, the regulator who had been prepared to take action against this being that had suddenly appeared felt some of its strength being snatched away by the arrow of Lionel's bow. A swirling mass of dense and destructive force took hold, appearing before Shanrei in a blink. The entity's expression changed. Lionel still couldn't see it, but he could feel it. He could feel that annoying disdain changing to something different, something filled with shock and a lack of understanding. The only explanation was that the words of Lionel were so profound that they had stirred even the regulator, stripping it of its usual control. But this was impossible, definitely not by a seventh-dimensional ant, and especially not an ant of an incomplete world. No dash, it was too late. Lionel's arrow pierced through Shanrei's forehead. One after another, the stars that twinkled across her body began to dim, collapsing one by one. But just when it seemed that she would die, Ryan, who had been in a daze, not quite understanding what was going on, or how he had suddenly lost not just an arm, but even a leg at that, finally reacted. He took a leap forward. In that instant, the energy of the regulator reached balance once again and was stripped from Lionel's arrow. At the same time, his remaining arm reached forward in his hand, wrapped around the arrow's body, stopping it in its tracks when it was just half an inch into Shanrei's head. Ryan took a deep breath, looking around again as he slowly pulled the arrow back. He couldn't remember the last time he had been in such a stressful situation, and he could never remember being injured in his life. This sort of feeling was novel, but his expression remained cold and indifferent, unreadable. With a thought, his severed arm and leg flew back to him, his droplets of blood doing the same and becoming like the glue that put him back together. If one understood the culture of the Pluto race and how they treated their own bodies like a temple, the indifference in Ryan's reaction would have truly been shocking. Just the idea that someone else would be within him should have set him off, let alone losing two limbs like this. However, this was just the type of person he was. At the same time, Lionel's own reaction was colder than an iceberg. His expression didn't change, but that bubbling fury within him threatened to boil over. He stood in his armor, looking down before he looked back up at the sky. He didn't know who these people were, but if he didn't die today, he would most definitely not forget this. For the simple act of disdaining him, he held a grudge so deep it seemed ridiculous. Lionel had gone from a man who didn't seem to care much whether he had to kneel to King Arthur or not, to a man who took even this insult to heart. It was difficult to tell just how far he would go. What was certain was that his greatest hatred was aimed at the fact he didn't have the strength right now to change much about the situation, not without preparation. At that moment, Ryan slowly looked back, meeting his gaze. Chapter 2208. Published at 5th of October, 2023, 6:09 and 52 seconds a.m. Chapter 2208. Laughter if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2208. Laughter. The gaze of a Pluto held the vicissitudes of the world. If gazing upon a void beast could send one into the pits of despair, then meeting the eyes of a Pluto was akin to being forced to question one's very existence. It was beyond despair. It was a feeling of being inconsequential, of feeling meaningless. It forced you to live out your life in the blink of an eye, only solidifying how worthless your accomplishments would be. Most would look away immediately on instinct, but it would have already long been over. It only took an instant to realize just how insignificant you were. However, this gaze lasted longer than L. Ryan would have ever thought possible for someone outside of his race. Lionel even looked like he would directly attack, to kill him, if he had the strength to do so. The only reason he hadn't was because he was logical enough to know how idiotic it would be. Maybe if he had known that such a thing could happen within a zone, he wouldn't have attacked Sean Ray so freely either, but what was done. All he cared about now was finding a method to move toward victory. He no longer feared failing a subdimensional zone. Since he could find a way to exit once, he could do it again. And since others could ignore its rules, he could find his own method of doing so. All it required was him staying alive. So while he looked at L. Ryan, it wasn't for the purpose of a meat measuring contest. Although that was inevitably part of it, it was also because in a fight of this level, a single moment of hesitation or distraction would cost him his life. L. Ryan slowly looked away. This time, it wasn't disdain, but it might as well have been. He didn't even take Sean Ray seriously, let alone Lionel. What did you come here for? L. Ryan's voice wasn't layered like Sean Ray or her ancestors, but it seemed ancient in its own right. Lionel hadn't noticed when it was his own voice, but now the effect was multiplied several times over. It was almost like even his voice could force you to fly through a gateway of time. Sean Ray coughed up blood once more, her body in a truly sorry state. But when she looked up toward L. Ryan, she realized that he actually couldn't be bothered to talk to her at all. Instead, he was paying attention to the skies. Or in other words, her ancestor. Watch your tone, boy. That layered voice echoed once again, the stars in the sky blinking in and out of existences, only to collapse and reform once again. L. Ryan directly ignored these words, not even responding as he waited for an answer to his original question. The ancestor felt as though he had swung and hit nothing but air. The skies rumbled, but he didn't say anything. In truth, he had wanted to attack, to kill Lionel directly, but he wasn't willing to pay the price to do so. He was more surprised than anyone that Lionel had actually lived. The only explanation for the fact that Lionel was still living and breathing was the fact that he was tied to someone decently powerful. But that shouldn't be possible on this weak, incomplete world. What a farce. He had sent Sean Ray here specifically so that he wouldn't have to deal with this. But now that he was here, he couldn't just leave, or else it would be an insult to the Pluto race. The gods haven't sanctioned this sort of action on your part. The entity spoke evenly. Since when has my Pluto race needed the acceptance of your races? L. Ryan replied indifferently. The entity chuckled this time, not feeling the same ire he had previously. Maybe it was because he was mentally prepared this time, or maybe it was because he knew something that he wasn't saying in so many words. Either way, his layered laughter echoed with that very same emotion that Lionel hated so much. I won't say what doesn't need to be said. I'm sure your seniors know better than I. However, the act of handing over the rights to so many fledgling worlds to the human race of all races is a ridiculous waste of resources. The Pluto race can do as it pleases, but what it can't do is use the hard work of us all for their own personal gain. As for the matter of a god personally coming here to oversee a project, it's even more ridiculous, but that is your personal matter, and I won't say anything. I am here for only one purpose. How will you compensate us? The overseeing of incomplete worlds and how they're used is the jurisdiction of my Pluto race. It has never been the turn of your races to tell us how to use them. Compensation? Why would you be compensated for something you never owned in the first place? Your races might have forgotten who the kings are. Would you like to be reminded? The laughter of the entity echoed once more. Boom! Ryan couldn't react. He was sent flying backward, his chest caving like crumpled aluminum foil. Even with such an injury, he didn't bleed, nor did he cough up a mouthful of blood. Even his gaze and expression remained indifferent and unmoved as he skid to a stop beneath Lionel's feet. At that moment, the regulator came roaring back to life, but the laughter of the entity didn't fade. You would do well to remember your station as a junior when you speak to me, boy. Your Pluto race might be king of gods, but that was built on the backs of your ancestors, not you. Since I've received your answer, farewell. I hope your Pluto race doesn't regret this in the future. The entity waved a hand, and countless stars blinked out of life. What must have been over half of the galaxies in the dimensional verse were snuffed out and poured into Shanray's body. Only then did the entity slowly vanish. It was clear that he had acted this way on purpose. Bleeding or not, Ryan was heavily injured. Even if he could finish off Lionel, Shanray definitely would. He left with his laughter still echoing through the stars. Chapter 2209. Published at 5th of October, 2023, 6:09 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 2209. Too strong if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 2209, too strong, 2209, too strong. Ryan touched the dent in his chest, as though it wasn't his own. He looked back up toward the skies as the entity faded. He didn't seem to be enraged, nor did he seem to be in pain. He simply stood up slowly and looked away. He stumbled slightly, but he regained his bearings quickly. Even now, he didn't seem to notice that Lionel was above him. Lionel also observed these matters silently. His gaze shifted from Ryan to Shanray, who was suddenly brimming with power. Her glass-like skin quickly recovered, sealing. At the same time, the number of stars that made up her cosmos seemed to have multiplied several times over. She rose to her feet under a mysterious power, her expression a cross between a grimace and anger. She had almost died not just once but twice. She waved a hand, and her scythe, which had vanished earlier, appeared again. It looked as though it was forged of blue glass, even somewhat ice-like, while being far more radiant than it had been previously. The last time she had summoned it, she was already in a heavily injured, half-dead state. But now she was at 100%. She didn't even look at Ryan, her gaze landing on Lionel. This human had actually almost killed her not just once, but twice. Although Ryan was heavily injured, she still had an innate respect for the Pluto race that was etched into the depths of her soul. If she didn't have to fight Ryan, she wouldn't. Her ancestor injuring him wasn't for the sake of killing him. Injuring a Pluto and killing them outright were two completely different things. Rather, it just made what she wanted to do here far easier. Clearly, she hadn't just come for the sake of passing on a message. In fact, it might very well be possible that the Void race had expected all of this to happen from the very beginning. Lionel was a bit of a variable, but it was hardly worth caring about. She raised her scythe, but Lionel had already reacted. His dream force flourished. What he hadn't expected was that even though he had reacted first, he would still be a step slow. Shanray's scythe appeared before him, ready to swing down. Lionel actually couldn't tell what Shanray's dimension was. He just felt that she was completely unfathomable, and yet she was a junior. He didn't know what any of this meant. There should only be the 8th and 9th dimensions beyond him. There was nothing above. Could you still be considered a junior if you were in the 8th dimension? Lionel's bow vanished, and a black rod appeared in his hands. He didn't bother to take out his divine spear because he knew that it wasn't strong enough. Now that he had been expelled from Ryan's body, whether it was his spear domain ring or the segmented cube, they had both returned to his possession. A shadow, sovereign domain, erupted from him, shrouding the space. But, to his surprise, the instant it touched the void beast's corpse, it dissipated, twisting apart and vanishing. This narrowed the scope of his domain considerably and made his force sluggish. He dodged backward, just barely tilting his head to the side. The scythe tore through his divine armor, as though it was wet tissue paper, carving through his forehead, just barely missing his ethereal glabella and curving out from his chest. The wound was deep, at least 3 to 4 inches. Although it hadn't cut all the way through his body, it was a devastating wound that would have ended any other human's life, especially as this energy roared and twisted, looking to destroy him from the inside out. Shanrei frowned. This human actually survived her strike? No, he should be dead. Her force wasn't something a mere human could withstand. Just as she was thinking this, Lionel's Scarlet Star force roared to life. His golden tiger and death pulse deer bloodlines pulsed, rushing into his divine armor and mending it. Horns grew from his head, wrapped by the beautiful black and gold of his armor. At the same time, plates of white gold fur formed, making him look like an armored beast warlord. He released the seals on his Scarlet Star force, allowing it to rampage and push against the odd force that Shanrei controlled. Shanrei's gaze narrowed. Lionel was clearly using a force beyond his ability to control. No human could produce a force that could fight against her own. It was nonsensical. Lionel suddenly thrust his spear out, aiming for between Shanrei's brows. And yet, due to his domain, it felt as though it was coming from everywhere. When this was layered with his absolute spear domain, it likewise felt that it was coming at all times. His skill in the spear had been pushed to the absolute limits. Paltry skill. Shanrei waved the butt of her scythe and collided against just one of Lionel's many spear tips, and yet they all dispersed at once. Not even at that impetus state, and you want to fight me? Just die. Lionel's gaze was just as cold as always. He didn't seem to react to Shanrei's taunt at all because he had found it. His gaze flashed with a furious violet light. Come! Earth trembled and shook. A dormant spirit hidden deep within came to life, forced to move long before it was ready. This time, when Lionel moved his spear, the world itself moved. However, even he was surprised at this moment. This world spirit is far stronger than it should be, especially at this stage. His gaze sharpened as he looked down at the pyramids and the desert rapidly forming around them. He understood at that moment. Those were definitely not just normal monuments. His spear spun in his hand, and he struck out again. Damn it! Shanrei's expression changed, and her power surged. But just as she was about to cross a certain limit, a black chain slapped down on her arm, nearly ripping it out of her control. Bang! Lionel's spear landed on her body. Only the smallest crack formed, but he didn't seem to care at all. She was sent flying back, but he didn't move an inch, raising his spear into the air. The world spirit and earth rumbled, a force arc quickly beginning to form, roaring with spear force. In a location across the dimensional verse, the vanishing of the galaxies hadn't gone unnoticed, and the devastation it had caused was even worse. A certain man sat on a throne, his brows tightly furrowed. If Lionel had been here, he would have recognized this man as the very same puppet that had fought his father, the Silver Emperor. The problem was that this person wasn't the Silver Emperor at all. Rather, it was Aina. 1. Chapter 2210. Published at 5th of October, 2023, 6:09 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 2210. Once more, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2210. Once more, Aina was very familiar with the history of the Silver Empire. She had, of course, entered their zone before, although that zone was heavily distorted. However, given Aina's instincts, she was very good at telling the fake from the real. The problem here wasn't this, though. The problem was that according to her understanding, the Silver Empire would be destroyed very soon. In fact, there was a rush at the doors of the throne room, and a messenger rushed in, heaving deep breaths. This messenger didn't even get the chance to speak before it happened. The palace rocked and quaked. Aina's expression changed, and she quickly stood to her feet. Her force imploded within her body, and she struck out. Compared to Lionel, her ability to adapt to this new body was on a completely different level. She had access to 100% of the Silver Emperor's strength immediately. In fact, as time passed, she was actually faintly surpassing the Silver Emperor until she would reach the point where she could entirely suppress him. The power of Aina's palm was mighty. It almost matched the rocking scene seen before her, blasting a hole through the double doors and out of the palace, surging into the skies and meeting a rippling wave of raging star chi. Despite the power of her strike, Aina's expression was quite ugly at the moment. Or rather, the expression of the Silver Emperor's was. Her strike managed to protect a large segment of planet Silver, but it was still only a segment. And large in this case wasn't nearly large enough. The capital city and its surrounding lands were all well protected, but the rest of the planet was practically blown off the map, some of the destruction even wrapping around and destroying the opposite hemisphere. Just what had happened? The messenger shook in fear. At first, he had thought that the Silver Emperor was attacking him in rage for interrupting, but now he realized that he had been just this close from dying. Your Imperial Majesty. The messenger huffed and puffed. The galaxies, our territory, it's... Ina's expression went completely dark. She had thought that the skies had seemed far more lively than she was used to. It practically felt as though a net of starlight was cast over them. In fact, it was so vibrant and gorgeous that the stars could be seen like the moon in the middle of the day. But now the skies looked like the skies she remembered. Dim, uninteresting, obedient to even the smallest hints of light pollution. Weak. Who could even do such a thing? Destroying so many galaxies with a wave of the hand? But worse than that, and especially pertinent to the current mission at hand, what did it mean for the Silver Empire to suddenly lose so much of its strength? They had the largest territory in the human domain currently. There was no doubt that they had suffered the greatest at the hand of this destruction. What was the point of this zone exactly? Was she supposed to do the impossible and save the Silver Empire? That couldn't be the mission, right? But then where was Lionel? What about her mother-in-law? And what about little Tali? Lionel's spear tip trembled, his force art roaring to life. Using the world spirit, he had limited the strokes of his spear from 999 down to less than a dozen, relying on the power of the world to forcefully raise the standard of his spear force. Shanrei's expression changed. She had just spoken about the impetus, and now this ant had brought out something infinitely close to it. That's enough, Elryan spoke lightly. Lionel's spear pierced out as though he hadn't heard anything at all. To others, the words of a Pluto were law. To Lionel, it was nothing more than whispers of the wind. When he wanted to do something, no one would stop him. Elryan, beaten and ragged, appeared before Lionel, his gaze just as indifferent as ever. Standing almost 2 meters taller than Lionel, he loomed over him, his presence imposing and domineering. Someone else might question him. Why was he trying to help someone related to an existence who had just almost killed him? Why was he stopping Lionel when he had nothing to do with this situation at all? It might even make sense to question the unfairness of it all, but Lionel didn't have such a change in expression. Elryan was stepping forth. It sounded to him like he wanted to die too. Lionel's spear thrust forward, roaring like the wave. Elryan shook his head. Killing her will do nothing but bring you trouble. As for you, you're no match for me even in this state. Why are you wasting your time here? Elryan reached up a finger, almost too slowly, and yet he still managed to touch the tip of Lionel's spear. Lionel's spear force veered violently out of control, splitting like a tide and roaring out in all directions. Some danced across Elryan's bluish-gray skin, but it reflected off of it like a light on a mirror, spiraling out in all directions and leaving him unscathed. Lionel was forced into a retreat, and Elryan looked down at his finger. There was the faint mark of slightly white gold. It seemed that he had almost bled again. This world was truly filled with bad luck for him. With a strong surge, Lionel came to a stop, lowering his spear slightly. He looked forward coldly. He had seen demons before, many of whom he had thought to be exceptionally powerful. But he had never in his life seen a body so powerful, and that was saying something considering his metal synergy lineage factor, or rather what it had become, was truly excellent in this regard. At that moment, Shan Rei recovered and moved, her sides screeching out in humiliation as she shook the regulator's chains off of her arm. Her power multiplied, that mysterious energy flaring once more. Chapter 2211, published at 5th of October, 2023, 6:09 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 2211. Hourglass. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2211. Hourglass. Elryan looked back toward Shan Rei and waved a hand. A palm appeared in the air, formed of force. It somehow looked as though it was a part of Elryan's body, despite the fact it was clearly entirely separate. Almost like a breath of air, connected and yet not, but as important as life despite the latter feeling. Shan Rei frowned, not liking what she was seeing at all. She had originally made the assumption that Elryan had stepped in to stop this human, so that she would leave him alone later after he was dead, but she most definitely didn't expect that he would step up in this way. However, if he thought that he could deal with her as easily as that human, he was sorely mistaken. Palm and scythe met, the planes of the earth below being completely flattened. The strikes they sent out casually collapsing Lionel strikes. Shan Rei's expression changed, and she retreated quickly, managing to remain unscathed. "Leave," Elryan said coldly. "Are you really in the state to talk to me like this?" Shan Rei asked coldly. "Do you think that you are your ancestor?" Elryan replied, taking a step forward. "Since you won't leave, they'll send you on your way." Elryan flipped a palm. An hourglass appeared. It was simple, small, and unadorned. In fact, it was so uninteresting and ordinary that it was even cracked. However, the moment Shan Rei saw it, all of the stars across her body lit up at once, her expression, or what seemed to be her expression, changing wildly. "Are the Plutos crazy? How could they give you such an item?" Shan Rei shook from head to toe. Even if her ancestor had still been here, he would react like this. This seemingly small and insignificant hourglass was the most fearsome item in all of existence. It was a treasure that even the most senior powerhouses of the Plutos should have never taken out. It didn't make sense for Elryan to have access to it, especially not for a meaningless mission like this one. This item was known simply, almost too simply, the hourglass. It didn't have any fancy prefixes or suffixes. It was that and nothing else. But it was because it could stand out with such a simple name that it was so special. The hourglass gave one control over maybe the most mysterious force in existence, that being time force. However, it was on a level that could manipulate existence itself. Usually, time force manipulators were restricted to small regions, whether that be a limited time or a limited region, usually both. If you could ignore any one of these parameters, you were a genius the likes of which even the gods would have to respect. However, the hourglass had no such limitations. To make a complex matter simple, when the hourglass turned a second of time back, every world, every planet, every star, every universe experienced the same reversal. No matter where you were, no matter how powerful you were, no matter how high you had reached or how low you had sunk. But this was said to be the simplest ability of the hourglass. Fundamentally, it could warp reality. It just so happened that doing so was made simpler and more convenient with time force as a base. That was right. The manipulation of time by the hourglass was nothing more than an act of convenience that made the rest of its abilities simpler and less complex to execute, eliminating the need to care for karma and the laws of cause and effect entirely. The instant it appeared, Shan Rei no longer hesitated. She didn't even look toward her ship, nor the members of her race that lagged behind. She brought out an item of her own and crushed it, vanishing into a swirling black hole that blinked out of existence the moment she did. Elryan didn't do anything. He just felt that Shanrei was foolish. What did an escape mechanism mean in the face of the hourglass? He could easily reverse time to a point where she right back where she had just escaped from and then killed her. But he didn't say anything. This result was exactly the result he wanted. He put the hourglass away without a word. But when he looked back to Lionel, he noticed that the latter was entirely focused on the hand that had just held the hourglass, even following it to exactly where it had disappeared. Elryan didn't think that the look in Lionel's eyes could get any colder. He seemed to have already reached his limits before, but at this moment, even Elryan felt a chilly wind tingle his smile. Lionel raised his spear. Elryan's gaze narrowed. It can't do what you think it can. Lionel didn't say anything, his spear tip growing incomparably steady. A gentle and almost mist-like swirl of spear force slowly gathered around him, his divine armor growing brighter and brighter. That item can kill quite easily, but when it comes to life, it's a completely different matter. The only way toward eternal life is through rebirth. Nothing that can be reclaimed so easily was all that important to begin with. Lionel's gaze only became sharper. When did you become so talkative? Take it as pity, Elryan responded. Wrong answer. Lionel's aura flourished, his blade becoming sharper and sharper. His spear force rose, emitting the aura of the seventh dimension. Elryan closed his eyes. His patience was wearing thin. He was a mighty Pluto, and yet just in the last hour, his body had been taken over by a human. He had been disrespected by the junior of the Void race. A so-called ancestor had attacked him for nothing more than words, and now this boy was spitting in the face of his efforts to help him. Lionel had no idea what kind of consequences he would face for killing Shanrei, yet he wanted to do it. And yet, whatever those consequences were, they would pale in comparison to him actually succeeding in taking the hourglass for himself. Elryan took a breath and opened his eyes to find that Lionel's spear had already closed the distance. But in his palm, the hourglass had already appeared once again. Lionel froze in place, completely unable to move. Chapter 2212. Published at 5th of October, 2023, 6:09 and 48 seconds a.m. Chapter 2212. Bipolar if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 2212 bipolar. The atmosphere was quite somber, and maybe the location didn't help very much. Lionel's brothers sat in silence around a table, bottles of alcohol sitting half-finished as they reclined, lost in their own worlds. The smell was so strong that it felt as though a mixture of 99% rubbing alcohol and a field of roses were smashed and mashed into one, releasing a peculiar scent that made one's nose red. They had been stuck like that for quite a long time. It was as though they could feel the heaviness of Lionel's mood, and it had been transferred over to them. This couldn't be helped. After being resurrected under Lionel's power, they felt the influence of his soul. Once they regained their own bodies, they no longer felt that sort of fanaticism that his soul constructs did, but they could still feel Lionel more clearly than they could in the past. This was only more exaggerated since some of them had experienced that feeling not just once, but twice. Lionel hadn't come to see them since his father had died. He didn't even have much patience for Aina and his own mother, let alone others. But that didn't mean that they weren't very worried about him. James suddenly sighed. That guy. What do you think, James? Is he finished? Raj asked somewhat absent-mindedly. James laughed. Why are you asking me? Do I look introspective to you? Dumbass. We're asking you about someone else. What would you need to be introspective for? Milan mumbled. Smartass. Don't you know you're supposed to be a dumb jock? Then what's your excuse? Milan snorted. What are you trying to say? Don't think I forgot. All those dropped passes in the championship game? You can't even call yourself a jock. So were you exactly? Just dumb? James' gaze flashed. He seemed to be about to lose his temper, but in the end he sighed, just leaning back and pretending as though he hadn't heard anything. He truly didn't have much of a right to get mad about this matter. What happened that day anyway? You never told us, Raj asked. He didn't seem to get the memo that they were trying to move on, but truthfully, they felt it was about time they talked about this matter. James had been gone for so long. He couldn't just come back after betraying them not just once, but twice, and expect not to have to explain himself. Of course, the championship game was a minor matter in the grand scheme. They already had 3 trophies, and they didn't really care all that much about winning again, especially when the metamorphosis came afterward. But the reason why they separated in the first place, the matters of the Royal Blue Fort and how Lionel and Aina almost died, those were completely separate matters. In reality, they wouldn't even know the details of this matter if it wasn't for Lionel getting drunk that one time on planet Luxnix. He had been with Joel back then, and he opened up about a lot, including the matter that separated him and James. If not for this, who knows if they would even be aware of what had happened. That man hated explaining anything. James sighed again. Fine. I guess I should be an adult and own up to my mistakes, huh? Oh man, he finally grew a pair. Look at my boy grow up. Fuck you, James said with a laugh. It's not that complicated. You know that the quarterback of the Angels Academy Pricks was Conrad Siegfried? The Siegfried family is a Governor Duke family, or rather, was. My old man wanted a favor from them. Well, it was probably more complicated than that. What's that supposed to mean? My old man rarely has one-step plans. Conrad is also a bit of a dumbass. He would be an easy pawn to use, so long as he was buttered up. Too bad my sister-in-law killed him for being a horn dog. Too bad, is it? Milan sneered. James shrugged. It's fair of you all to be mad, but quite frankly, I still can't be bothered to care about football. It was just a means to an end to me, and it was also too easy. But in typical Lionel fashion, he went and won it on his own without considering anybody else. You actually still have the cheek to say that. Franco laughed. Well, I do know him the best. I just accept him for his flaws. What about your flaws? James laughed again. I didn't say I didn't have any. But Lionel's flaws, well, they're more complicated. So you do have an answer? Then what are you tiptoeing around it for? Because even if I said it, I don't know if you guys would believe me. Just say it. James fell into silence, his gaze flickering. His eyes were half closed due to the alcohol. Lionel's a bit of a sociopath. He doesn't have normal emotions, I don't think. And he fakes most of it because he's smart enough to do so. You wouldn't even realize if you didn't spend a long time with him. And even then you wouldn't notice unless you piss him off enough like I have. But that's not the important part. I don't even really think it's his fault. Not that it's a choice to be a sociopath. Before the metamorphosis, I thought he was bipolar. He had 2 personalities. If I had to name them, I'd say that one is probably his true self, and the second is the man his father raised. Well, that's what I thought before the metamorphosis anyway. But now, I think I have a better explanation. You know how everyone's always saying that the future affects the past? I think that Lionel is in that sort of situation. His 2 mentalities. One is his true self, as in his current immature self, and the second is his future self. The reason he's so arrogant, the reason he's so indifferent, it's probably the reason he loves my sister-in-law so much. The reason he doesn't take anyone seriously isn't because he's stupid, it isn't because he's a prick, but it's because there's a very important portion of him that's already earned the right to have that level of confidence. Unfortunately, his current self hasn't earned that right yet. Chapter 2213, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 24 seconds p.m. Chapter 2213. Weight of a planet if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2213, Weight of a planet. What's all that supposed to mean? Milan asked. James shrugged. You asked, I answered. I don't know what else you want from me. Believe in my guess, or don't. Not like we could do anything about it anyway. That man won't listen to anyone right now. The only person he would listen to is dead now. Not necessarily. Joel suddenly spoke. You think Aina can do something? Maybe, but that's not what I meant. Though, probably not. He still has that silver dictionary. Maybe it can talk some sense into him. The group fell into silence again. It made sense. The trouble was, who would do it? That silver disc was probably the possession Lionel valued the most right now. It would always be in his possession and on his mind. It also didn't respond to anyone's voice but Lionel's own. Expecting someone who was hurting to find their own path to healing was like asking a baby to feed and dress itself. Just like that, even if they felt that they had the solution, they would never be able to use it. Maybe only Aina or his mother could get him to try and use it. Like James had said, the so-called true Lionel was the man his father had raised. The other Lionel wasn't exactly a real person, but rather the influence of one. The first usually trumped the latter, unless the first completely shut down. James shook his head. You lot are too depressed about this. Fuck off. You said all of that, and now you want us to act like everything's fine? What if he goes out there and gets himself killed? What then? No one's going to be there to resurrect him like we were. He's the only one with that ability. James laughed. I did say all of that, but I also didn't hold back in one aspect. The operative word was yet. He hasn't earned that right yet. But every time he's been given an opportunity to prove it, he has. Does the process matter if he wins in the end anyway? Milan took another swig of his beer. Winning a football game is a little bit different than challenging all the families of the human domain on a revenge vendetta. That depends, it's all relative. A normal, third-dimensional boy facing off against a team with far more 5 stars than his own, while his only 5-star receiver is throwing the game on purpose, probably has no business winning that game either, right? The room fell into silence, and James closed his eyes with a grin. Now, he's in the 7th dimension with access to far more weapons than just his arm alone. All I'm saying is that if I had the choice, I probably wouldn't piss him off when he's in this state. James fell into silence, his smile slowly fading. Pissing Lionel off now wasn't just a small matter. In fact, it could very well be an existential matter. The usual Lionel had an off button. He had a limit. He had values that he would usually stick to. As for this Lionel, it was doubtful that he even had a conscience. Lionel stood frozen in the skies, unable to move even a single inch. It wasn't a matter of effort, because the truth of the matter was that he couldn't even try to move. He couldn't feel his muscles flexing. He couldn't even send the command to his brain to try. Even his thoughts themselves had been frozen in place. This was what it truly meant to be frozen in time. And this was the power of the hourglass. One didn't even have the right to fight back. However, El Ryan's expression changed, but he was a step late. Shoo, PCHU. An overwhelming power pierced into El Ryan's wrist, cutting through it and almost exiting from the other side. Although it failed to make it all the way through, it didn't matter. What needed to be done had been done. The hand that El Ryan had been using to hold the hourglass was rendered almost completely useless. El Ryan was in shock. What had just happened? How was it possible? Throw V epsilon elbow. It had to be known that fooling the hourglass was next to impossible. He hadn't even aimed it. He had just thought of Lionel and willed him to be frozen. It shouldn't have mattered what schemes Lionel had in store. Even if he used a clone as a decoy, even if he vanished from his divine armor and left it out in his stead, nothing should have worked. Of course, El Ryan had miscalculated one very important thing. The Lionel that he thought of in his mind was in a very special state. Not only was he fused with the world spirit of this world, but he was also, obviously, in this world. While it sounded convenient to just be able to think of someone and freeze them, it was also more involved than it seemed. A significant change to a person's state, especially since El Ryan wasn't intimately familiar with Lionel, could easily throw the lock off. In that moment, Lionel had indeed used his divine armor as a decoy, disappearing from within it. But he had also disassociated from the world spirit, and, at the same time, he had entered the segmented cube, an entirely different and complete 9th-dimensional world. When El Ryan was confident in his success and was ready to speak with Lionel calmly to try and talk some sense into him, Lionel had appeared again, this time with one of his starships, concentrating all of its power into a fine line that attacked El Ryan's wrist. Lionel appeared in the air, his divine armor slowly fading away. The hourglass tossed and turned through the air. He simply extended his hand, allowing it to land there as though he had calculated even this much. When he made contact with it, he looked down, his gaze cold. It felt light, almost too light, like it was a flimsy toy rather than the powerful tool he was certain that it was. Suddenly, Lionel's body trembled, and the ultralight weight hourglass multiplied in weight several times over. In the blink of an eye, it had become so heavy that even moving planet Earth itself would be easier than holding it up. Chapter 2214, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 21 seconds p.m. Chapter 2214. Hesitation: if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again in O/V-L-B 1/in Chapter 2214. Hesitation. Lionel frowned. He was able to hold up for a while, but it was clear that the hourglass planned on getting heavier and heavier until he was truly out of options. Realizing this, he immediately tried to send it into the segmented cube, but then he realized something even more devastating. In order to send items into and out of spatial devices, it required internal sight. Namely, the intention of internal sight. It was the locking of senses that allowed the ring, brace, or the world, in this case, to understand that something wanted to be transported inside or outside. It was similar to L. Ryan and his intentions of locking Lionel down with the thought of him, though a bit different. To make a complicated matter simple, it felt like Lionel's internal sight couldn't wrap around the hourglass no matter how hard he tried. It was as though every time he was almost there, its size would increase, requiring more and more effort, more and more internal sight to make the attempt. Lionel was a person who had never struggled with such a thing before. Others had a limit to how large an item they were moving in and out of a spatial device could be. And for some who didn't have limits, there was a definite and long lag that took place the larger the object in question was. But Lionel had never worried about this. He could even move something the size of Starship in and out of the segmented cube in a split moment. But now, this hourglass in his hand, that was still the same size as always, seemed to be forming a larger and larger picture in his mind. He realized instantly that no matter how large his range was, the hourglass would always be just a hair better. His frown deepened, the coldness in his gaze flickering. In another split second, any attempt to continue holding on to this item would shred his muscles off the bone. But more importantly than that, there was L. Ryan. He had just used a starship capable of one-shotting most ancestors, and yet he hadn't even managed to sever L. Ryan's hand completely. No, it was even worse than that. The starships in his possession were upgraded using the blueprint of his enlightened self. They were easily twice as powerful as Cynthia's already modified and improved starships. On top of that, he had concentrated all of the power into a thin line barely 3 to 4 inches thick. And yet he still couldn't sever maybe the weakest part of L. Ryan's body. How would he continue to fight this person? In terms of a straight-up battle, Lionel didn't fear him. While he had long since acknowledged that there was a limit to what scheming could accomplish, he still firmly believed that he had yet to run into that peak just yet. But if he couldn't at least store away the hourglass, even if he couldn't use it himself, it would definitely land in L. Ryan's hands once more. At that point, he wouldn't stand a chance. When the hourglass appeared, he had realized how special it was immediately. Other ignorant individuals would think it to be a worthless ornament, maybe even making the assumption that the reason Sean Ray was scared off was because the item was akin to a badge, representing someone with a bit of an eccentric personality. But he could feel it. Any item that he couldn't completely cast into his dream world was one that existed on a plane far beyond his understanding. So the instant he'd seen it, he had already thought of thousands of methods to get his hands on it. He felt that it might be a chance to reverse what had happened to his father. So long as he could figure out how to use it, he could return to that moment, he could be more prepared, he could find a method to deal with the regulator. He could. Lionel's teeth clenched. It was only a split moment, but his mind simply worked far too fast. It had only gotten several-fold faster after he entered the seventh dimension, and it was prone to overrunning even its own self, accelerating past what maybe even Lionel himself was consciously aware of. Lionel clenched his jaw so hard that some of his teeth cracked, but no matter how fast his mind ran, he couldn't figure out a solution. Ironically, he had run into that peak schemes were useless again just when he thought he would be undefeatable. No, that was actually a lie. He did have a solution, but when he was about to use it, his mind working in a frenzy, he hesitated. It was something he never thought he would do in such a situation, and especially not in his current state of mind. But he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Unfortunately, a split moment of hesitation was all it took to lose a battle like this one. Crack! Lionel's arm snapped like a twig. The recoil was so strong that even after the hourglass fell from his palm, his bicep tendon snapped and his arm swung down and back. The sight was grotesque, but how could it not be when the back of his hand slapped against the back of his shoulders? El Ryan appeared before Lionel, almost carelessly catching the hourglass. His eyes, though, seemed to carry more emotion than they usually did. He had actually been outmaneuvered by a human? This ending was still inevitable. That was only logical. The hourglass was forged by the constellation of the Pluto race. How could it respond to the call of anyone else? Even if he left it in the middle of the road of the busiest city of the God Domain, no one would even dare to touch it. But why did he still somehow feel that this had ended far too simply? He looked down at Lionel, his wrist having already healed, his thoughts unreadable. Chapter 2215, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 2215. This year, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2215 this year in. O/V-L1/Ryan looked at Lionel, but the latter seemed to be in a bit of a daze. Despite this, El Ryan still felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, one that grew stronger every time he hesitated. Even though he felt this way, he didn't move, his expression remaining the picture of indifference. It was hard to tell if this man had any emotion at all. Even after being humiliated like that by the entity, he didn't even so much as clench his fist, nor did he care to take it out on his descendant. This kind of man was one who had a mind that was impossible to pry into. But interestingly enough, though El Ryan felt that Lionel was quite easy to read as someone who was grieving, he still couldn't seem to grasp the exact depth. As for the depth of what exactly, even this was a blur, as though even making guesses about Lionel's state of mind was impossibly muddled. At that moment, Lionel suddenly looked up at El Ryan. The height difference between them could only be said to be exceptional. One stood at 2 meters or so tall, but the other was almost at 4. Even so, Lionel's gaze didn't seem to give off the impression of a person who was inferior in any way. "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Lionel asked coldly. In a battle like this one, Lionel knew that he couldn't take the initiative. His ability index worked best when he had data, and in order to have data, his enemy had to take action. Only then could he read, react, counter, and force his enemies to regret their choices. The only reason he had attacked first before was because he had already predicted how El Ryan would react. Others might find this man to be unreadable, but Lionel felt that it was obvious enough. His Emperor's charm had only made him better at reading people. El Ryan was a carbon copy of his cousin. The difference was that El Ryan had unmatched talent while Noah did not. This simple difference is what had led to a deviation in the direction their personalities had brought them down. How had Noah reacted the first time he met Lionel? Of course, he was a stickler for the rules, and he had acted in accordance with the law. Unfortunately, that had gotten him beaten within an inch of his life by Lionel because he had dared to touch Aina. This man was the same. He was probably ordered to come here by his family, so he had. He wasn't angry with the entity because he felt that it only made sense someone so powerful would have a temper. He also felt there was no need to get angry because he would surpass this individual soon enough. As for taking it out on Shanrei, why would he do something to put his family in a poor situation just for his own personal grudge? He was better than that. And most importantly, The likes of Sean Ray weren't worth his effort. This year, if converted to your time, I am 14 years old. My strength level, if converted to your understanding, is at the quasi-sixth dimension. Chapter 2216, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 2216. Maybe. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2216 maybe. The reaction that L. Ryan might have expected wasn't the one he received. If anything, he was underwhelmed. Lionel had already seen just how far apart the strengths of various races could be. Setting aside the spirituals, there was himself. When that figure in the blood pool moved, it had to be understood that Lionel's dimension didn't change. The only thing that changed was how much access to his own personal talent he had. That meant the man who could kill ancestors and even overlords, as though they were wet tissue paper, had been the very same sixth-dimensional Lionel. Of course, that was still not as impressive as L. Ryan, who was only in the fifth dimension. Though the latter had said quasi-sixth-dimensional, this was the reality. Quasi or not, it was still the fifth dimension. However, it wasn't enough to completely upend Lionel's reality. As for why he was underwhelmed, it was because he would expect such an existence to be further along at 14 years old. If he had been born in the Morales family, he would have most definitely been faster than that. He had entered the dimensional verse at 18 years old. He was now 26 years old, and most of that time had been spent struggling on his own. It was completely unlike L. Ryan, who even had access to such a treasure. That said, Lionel still stored away several things from this information, much of which was speculation. L. Ryan had said if his age was converted, it was very possible that he had experienced much more than 14 years. But just like dog years, different species experience the years differently. This would explain why there wasn't even a hint of childishness on his face, though that could also be explained by his race itself. The second important speculation was that he didn't believe that L. Ryan was actually just slow to progress. Or, rather, even if he was slow, every step he took was far more substantial than Lionel's own. That meant that the Pluto race had a different method of progression, one that Lionel was very much interested in. A part of his senses drifted down to the members of the Void race that Sean Ray had left behind, a cold glint lighting his eyes. L. Ryan shook his head. It seemed that this kind of man couldn't be swayed in such a way. He didn't know why he had wasted his time. It was truly uncharacteristic of him. There also wasn't a point in converting his strength and age like that. This man would have no reference for what that truly meant. Seeing that Lionel seemed to have some intention toward the other Void race members, he was rendered somewhat speechless. Laying a hand, even on a servant of a god race, would get your entire race eradicated. He had yet to get to it, because Lionel didn't seem to be paying attention. But if Lionel had truly killed Sean Ray, it would have been like sentencing everyone to death. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to see this man die, at least not in such a ridiculous and unfair way. He truly wouldn't even see his enemies if he made such a folly. He would likely spend his years in eternal damnation, never laying eyes on the person who put him there in the first place. At that moment, L. Ryan suddenly remembered something his father had told him. He was used to being reprimanded for his straightforward ways. He might be talented, but he lacked in charisma. As a leader, this was a deathly sore flaw. His father had once said that smart people couldn't be convinced with reason. Usually, they had already thought of every possibility. Telling them facts would do nothing to change the situation. He had already assumed that giving a person the facts was only right. Any logical person would obviously come to the same conclusion as him, right? But his father had said no. Humans were emotional creatures, no matter how smart they were. If you wanted to convince someone of something, you had to understand their why and manipulate that. Unless you could understand that, it would all be useless. Even if a person was stupid, so long as they had enough bias, even if you laid out all the facts before them, they might nod to your face, then return to their ingrained beliefs later. But what was Lionel's why? L. Ryan's gaze flickered, and he remembered that the world spirit had responded to Lionel. The only way that would happen would be if. Don't, Lionel suddenly said, raising up a hand. Of 1, L. Ryan froze, not quite understanding. I don't care how powerful your people are. I also don't care what your original purpose here was, or how you might be related to my grandfather or the Fox family. I truly do not give a damn. I can see it in your eyes. You're looking, trying to find a light of reason, trying to understand me, trying to convince me. I originally didn't know why you were deviating so far from your original personality, but now that you've told me your age, it's too obvious. You are still a child and still don't have any sort of real conviction. L. Ryan frowned for the first time. I wasn't even trying, but I was already leading you by the nose. What do you think I am? A broken vase you need to put back together? Maybe because your family gave you a mission to fulfill that promise, you want to complete it to 100% of your ability and maybe pull me out of an abyss to help the descendants of your benefactor? Is that it? It's all worthless. You may have all of the facts, but those facts are just your understanding of your race. Do you even know who I am? Do you know what I'm capable of? Did you check to see who you were speaking to first? Or was it that because I'm a human ant in your eyes, you believe that you could understand me in just a few seconds of thought? Lionel rose into the air until his nose practically touched L. Ryan's, looking into those eyes that held the weight of the universe within. Since you are being so helpful with your words, I'll ask you a question. Do you have any idea how close to death you were just now? That cold shiver L. Ryan thought had vanished appeared again. You might not believe me, but I'll lay it out for you. You see that beast corpse over there? L. Ryan subconsciously looked toward the void beast corpse ship. I have a beast companion that's been by my side for almost a decade. He's an adorable little mink. His fur is quite soft, and his soul would be very useful to me. If I killed him, animated him, and then used this beast corpse to breathe life into him again, making him my puppet for life, how powerful do you think he would be? Would your little prepubescent body be able to handle it? Would Sean Ray be able to handle it? I have a feeling that even her entity wouldn't be able to handle it. The more Lionel spoke, the colder his gaze became, and the worse the shiver up L. Ryan's spine became. Do you know why you're still standing here alive? This time, it was L. Ryan's turn to remain silent. Lionel turned and walked away. Maybe it's because I'm not angry enough yet. Chapter 22:17, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 22:17. Sturdy? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 22:17 sturdy? L. Ryan found that his heart was beating too rapidly for him to control. Lionel had already gone off far into the distance by the time he regained his bearings. He didn't seem to snap out of it until he realized that Lionel was actually going down below to the location of the partially built pyramids. L. Ryan took another deep breath, trying to settle himself. He looked toward the corpse of the void beast. Controlling that? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Who was he trying to fool? Who would believe that a human could take control of a void beast corpse? He had some understanding of the Fox family's ability. Of course, he knew that Lionel wasn't talking about taking control of the corpse. He was speaking of using a rise on Little Blackstar and then using assimilate and breathe on him. That way, Blackstar would gain the strength of the dead void beast. If such a thing succeeded, Blackstar would indeed become an existence the likes of which even the entity feared, and he would indeed become a puppet of Lionel. But how could such a thing be possible? Killing Little Blackstar and animating his soul was easy enough. Lionel could easily use a rise on the ancestors of the dimensional verse, so Blackstar was well within his abilities. However, while assimilate and breathe worked better the material was, the energy couldn't come from nowhere. It would obviously need Lionel to provide the catalyst for the fusion. If it was too far beyond Lionel's abilities, how could he possibly succeed? L. Ryan was smart enough to think of all of this. If the Fox family didn't have such limitation, It would be they who were the gods and not the other way around. In L. Ryan's opinion, the so-called ninth-dimensional lineage factor was barely passable. Of course, that didn't assume that there were 10th-dimensional lineage factors and above. Rather, it was that the title of ninth-dimensional was just a world, and the ones that Lionel knew of were just the outskirts of this world. In fact, L. Ryan didn't call lineage factors by such titles. He divided them into complete and incomplete. Only when you were ninth-dimensional could you barely be considered complete. L. Ryan knew all of this. So why? Why was it that he still felt that Lionel wasn't lying to him just to save face? Was it truly because he was too young and easily led by the nose? Or was it because there were other matters that Lionel couldn't be bothered to explain? If L. Ryan had known Lionel, he would understand just how rare it was for Lionel care to explain anything in the first place. The idea that he would explain everything, especially to a potential enemy. Well, wasn't that too ridiculous? After one final breath, L. Ryan exhaled another breath and managed to fully reclaim his calm. He descended after Lionel, wanting to understand what this man was doing. Regardless of the circumstances, he had entered a state of complete curiosity. Someone else might have already been completely enraged, but L. Ryan was someone who had taken the humiliation at the hands of the entity as though nothing at all had happened. So how could he take a few words from Lionel seriously? Lionel landed on the ground, gliding across the grown, sandy plains. The world spirit that had been fused with him had long since separated, but now it followed over his shoulder, an amorphous blob of energy. An OVLB/1 in somewhere inside. Lionel wondered if this world spirit had followed his mother because it had truly chosen her, or if it was his fault. After he left this place, he couldn't very well take the world spirit with him, so it would be stuck here until Alienor was born. Who knew? Maybe it attached itself to her, because it had finally sensed an aura similar enough to Lionel's. Though he thought this, Lionel didn't accept it right away. For one, world spirits weren't foolish creatures. They had enough intelligence of their own, though it didn't manifest in the same ways. Secondly, he felt that this current world spirit was very different from the one he knew. It was too strong. Lionel had noted this the moment it appeared, but since he was in the midst of battle, he couldn't exactly explore this idea. But now he felt that he had quite a bit of time on his hands, because he had been forcibly expelled from L. Ryan's body. For all intents and purposes, they had already failed this zone. This was unfortunate because his mother wouldn't be able to gain the benefits of completely understanding a new magic system this time. But it was fortunate in that he didn't have the same restraints. At the same time, although the rewards would be lost to them, there would be other rewards here. There were still the Void Race members above, and there was still this pyramid being built here. How much had Lionel gained just from entering the zone of the mere dwarven race? It benefited his combat prowess even now, and it was a large part of the reason he had mastered his spear so quickly. The benefits waiting here for him were on a completely different level. As for why the Void Race members above had yet to run for their lives, the truth was that they didn't dare to. Only the likes of Lionel would dare to even speak so brazenly to a Pluto. As for them, the moment Shanray escaped, even though L. Ryan had yet to speak even a single word to them, they acted as though they were captives. Lionel waved his arm, and his injured elbow snapped back into place. With a clench of his fist, it was soon as though nothing at all had happened. When he entered the range of the pyramid, his eyes narrowed. With the evolution of his lineage factor, he had gained a great deal. One such thing was that his Earth Force affinity had risen to an entirely new level. So, when he stepped foot into range, he felt as though he was standing upon the sturdiest earth he ever had. It was a completely contradictory feeling. What about sand could possibly be sturdy? Chapter 2218, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 2218. Incomplete world if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 22:18 Incomplete World. It reminded Lionel of Elther's chaotic particle force. It was formed of granules of Earth as well, and yet it was the number one Earth force in all of existence. Well, he wasn't sure if he could say that anymore. He wondered if these force evaluations were just limited to the dimensional verse's understanding of them or not. Although he reacted as though it was nothing much, that didn't mean that he didn't take note of the existence of the Pluto and Void races. Their existence clearly meant that this world was much larger than he knew. There was a second pressure Lionel had felt just now as well, though, and that was the pressure of the others of the Pluto race. They were dressed simply, but even the shortest was at least 5 meters tall. It seemed to be reminding Lionel of Elryan's age again and again. They didn't seem powerful outside of their size, and yet their every moment seemed to rock the earth. Novel being as Lionel walked forward, he felt that Elryan was holding back a great deal. At the very least, when a Pluto sweat, it seemed that the entire world worked as well. Every drop of a Pluto's body was precious and couldn't be shed without an equivalent exchange. A powerful race, indeed, Lionel thought to himself. Even so, it didn't stop his steps forward. He didn't even react when Elryan appeared by his side. He really didn't understand this boy, but he had learned that different cultures of humans could react to things differently. The Morales were a prime example. They were almost all fiery and battle-hungry, but that wasn't entirely because of their blood. It was also because of their culture. It was clear that the Pluto race had its own unique culture. They felt that they were so above everything that they weren't quick to any emotion at all. Even though Lionel had appeared, they had ignored him. Only when Elryan appeared did they look over, but even after this, they looked away. It isn't appropriate to call them servants. They don't seem to be despite their style of dress. They're artisans, and those are most definitely not limestone like the history textbooks say. As for what they're resonating with, it seems to be quartz. Quartz, back in this era, or rather a few hundred years later, would be quite widely used. It was one of the most abundant substances on Earth, and it was useful in a wide range of applications from glassware to powering watches. It was completely unremarkable, at least at the time. In Lionel's era, though, the importance of quartz skyrocketed, and it was likely also part of the reason that Earth hadn't reached the point of having to gather energy from the stars either. On Earth, by the time Lionel was born, they were able to build surface cities around quartz deposits, using the existence of these quartz deposits to power the cities entirely without the need for fossil fuels or other types of renewable energy. The best part was that this energy seemed endless and inexhaustible because it relied on the natural chemical bonds of quartz, bonds that were incredibly difficult to break as it was the fourth strongest material on Earth at the time. Quartz was quite fascinating, at least to a third-dimensional Lionel. The current Lionel had already long since stopped caring about this level of material and had already come across a countless number that had similar and even stronger effects. Compared to third-dimensional electrochemical effects of the like, just how far beyond was a trickle of force from a fourth-dimensional, or it could completely crush the former. But then why? Why were the artisans of this mighty race relying so heavily on this material? Lionel could tell after a few moments what was happening. They were using the pyramids as a foundation to resonate with the quartz of Earth. This would thus execute some unknown action still elusive to him. But wasn't there a better way? The obvious answer to this question seemed to be that they were on Earth, so they were just using what was available on Earth. But something was telling Lionel that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He was missing something. He would have to get closer. Just as he was going to, Elryan suddenly spoke. This pyramid is one of the symbols of our Pluto race. It's being used to harness the energy of your planet. It will ultimately downgrade its level. An unfortunate price to pay. Lionel's gaze narrowed, and he looked up and toward Elryan. In the past, a member of the Fox family did a member of our Pluto race a favor. It has been many generations since then, but the favor was cashed in upon the destruction of the Fox family. This place is what you call an incomplete world. You see how all the planets and stars are scattered? This is what happens when a world fails in its birth. What you call stars are not technically real stars. They're kernels of a universe's energy. You would normally not be able to see them, as they would all be fused into the land. The fact you can see them so clearly is evidence of this world being incomplete. A complete world has one land, one star, one being. An incomplete world does not, and phenomena like subdimensional zones appear as a result. Though, L. Ryan trailed off, as though not wanting to explain the rest of this matter fully. Lionel's brows furrowed. Why was this man explaining this to him? He suddenly found himself getting annoyed. He knew that his temper wasn't the best in recent days, but this was ridiculous even for him. It was then that he calmed down. He understood that maybe the rest of the Pluto race was quite calm, but L. Ryan was still a child. How could he be as unbothered as he seemed? It seemed he had begun to understand more about Lionel. A person that Lionel had just reprimanded explaining things to him that he didn't understand? Was there even a better way to annoy him? Usually, incomplete worlds are disseminated to the gods as they're still valuable commodities. But this time, my Pluto race commandeered them to return this favor and help in something they called the Dream Project. The parameters of this Dream Project, though, are quite strict. The last remnants of the Fox family need safe passage, and the only way to allow that is to weaken this world. But should everything go well, this world may rise again. Lionel's gaze turned frighteningly cold. What did he just say? Author's note. Sorry, everyone. I've been feeling like shit all day and try to ride it out, which is part of the reason GB chapters were so late today, though many of you DD readers probably didn't notice that. It'll spare you the more gory details, as this is a family-friendly server. Only managed to write 2 today. The good news is that I almost just wrote 1. Yay? Tears. Chapter 2219. Published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 2219. 1 or 2 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2219 1 or 2. The Dream Project? This was only the second time he was hearing about it, but there was something that he had already deduced about it, and that was that the so-called simulation and this Dream Project should be one and the same. But even beyond that, the man who had tried to strike down his father, the very man who was felled by just a single strike, a man who called himself king, should be one of the masterminds behind this Dream Project. Just the name alone, and the fact that Demonis had such strong Dream Force affinity, made Lionel feel as though it was almost a near certainty that the Three-Finger Cult was intertwined and related to all of this. How else could an organization of a so-called incomplete world like this one possibly open up a path to a complete world? The deductions seemed to logically follow from one another, flowing freely and easily. The simulation was created to help the complete world with some troubles it was having. His father became an uncontrollable variable that the complete world felt that it had to get rid of, and maybe his grandfather had fallen into that category as well, leading to the both of them being killed. Ultimately, the purpose of this Dream Project would become clear and obvious in the end, but if Lionel had to guess, it was likely related to demons and their invasion. Uvalb 1 in the so-called complete world, or the land that he had called the Cataclysm Zone up until this point, had a very clear and obvious demon problem. Their complete world was actually divided into segments as though it was in the middle of fusing with another complete world, a demon world at that. This was why their cities and the demons seemed to overlap so considerably. Of course, this was all speculation on Lionel's part, using bits and clues that he had learned of this while stuck in the Cataclysm Zone, or rather the complete world. But he had no idea just how close to the truth he was, nor did he know that the final seal blocking the demon world had been undone upon his return to the dimensional verse, causing the paused fusion to continue once more. What made this matter set with him even more obviously was how cheap the Dream Force type items were in the exchange. It seemed that someone with great Dream Force affinity was trying to make certain that they could help out as much as they could, and that was why Lionel was able to trade for so many Dream Force items that had helped him considerably until this point, items like the Dream Star Gathering Beast Formation, or the Focus Crystals, or the Perfection Stone. The purpose of this incomplete world, or rather these series of incomplete worlds, was obviously an extension of that. To build up an army of soldiers that would live in accelerated time frames, and be able to create all sorts of new methods to control and manipulate force, methods that the complete world would absorb and use to strengthen themselves as well. It all made perfect sense, until L. Ryan mentioned the Fox family. The last remnants of the Fox? That was obviously his grandfather. But if his grandfather was the reason this simulation could even exist, then how was he related to the Dream Project? Didn't that mean that it was him and not King who was the true arbitrator? But if his grandfather was in control of all of this, why did his father have to die? Why didn't he have more control over the situation? Why didn't he save him? The more questions Lionel had, the more agitated he became, and the more than crimson light flickered in his eyes. Did he have the best impression of his grandfather? Not particularly, but the reason for why was because of his choice to massacre so many for what was ultimately just convenience. But was it still fine for him to hold this against his grandfather? He had already killed far more than the number of citizens of Earth that had died during the metamorphosis. And quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to care even now that he had done so. Was it moral of him? Probably not. Did he find those people to be innocent? Also probably not. Who else would benefit from the conquering of the human domain if not them? And now many humans would have died to allow them such comfort? Of course, Lionel wasn't saying that this justified his actions. Quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to justify them. He didn't care to. They had enraged him, so they suffered the price. He didn't think any other justification was needed. But by the same token, he could no longer blame his grandfather for the same things. Though, he still felt that killing your own for such a reason was far too ridiculous. Now, though, he had another reason to not let go of that anger. Just what was the truth here? He found that despite how enraged he was, he couldn't quite blame his grandfather as much as he thought he might. It was all too obvious that there were certain matters tying Emperor Fox's hands, and the fact that the four great families were seemingly trying to interfere and ruin things for him spoke volumes on their own. But that didn't mean he didn't have questions. You've probably already guessed the purpose of this world, and that's to both create warriors and gather resources. Incomplete worlds are less desirable as places to live in, but they're great commodities. Many gods even use them as a form of currency. The saying goes that existence doesn't make mistakes. Even the birth of incomplete worlds can serve their own purposes. Because of their unique structure, the zones can appear, and they can reshuffle reality, allowing yet unknown theories and conclusions to be drawn. Some of the most powerful existences in all of reality use incomplete worlds as computers, as you might call them, calculating the best ways to improve their strength. One or two incomplete worlds might be born every decade or so. The others are enraged because my Pluto family allocated 100 or so to repaying this favor. Chapter 2220, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 2220, crack. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, and /o v-yell/b. I in Chapter 2220 crack. Lionel remained silent. His calm had returned. He simply let L. Ryan speak. He didn't interject. He simply let the Pluto, who he was starting to see more and more like a little boy, speak. While incomplete worlds are very useful, for many more ways than I listed as well, they're very finicky and difficult to properly control unless you have very specific methods. The Void Race, for example, are able to fuse with incomplete worlds. It's the source of the cosmos that covers their bodies. However, without their bloodline, doing something like that is impossible. This is all to say that entering an incomplete world as an existence of a complete world is not easy. Not only are there heavy restrictions on dimensional level, but there are also restrictions on how much you are allowed to affect the world. The descendant of the Fox family needed to enter, but he was much too powerful, especially since he had set his sights on Earth in particular. We're building this pyramid and a few other structures to absorb the latent potential and weaken it further. Though it wasn't entirely for this reason either. Elryan moved on without explaining. He seemed to take some satisfaction in being able to give Lionel some of the information he wanted, but to also dangle the rest in a place that was impossible to reach. Very childlike, indeed. Lionel was almost in a mood to say that it was adorable, though it was hard to say such a thing about a 4-meter-tall behemoth. To make a long story short, the Fox family descendant needed our help to be able to not only enter this world, but truly become a part of it. That takes quite a process, but it's not a complete loss. This incomplete world is quite interesting, and it happened to have a material I've never quite seen before. This quartz is very interesting. It seems to emit a substantial enough amount of power whenever pressure is applied to it. No other, or quite works exactly like it. Lionel's gaze narrowed. He had already realized that they were working with quartz, but why would these existences find it to be so interesting? He had already said that there were similar enough materials at higher dimensions that worked a bit like quartz did, so he didn't believe that Elryan had never seen anything like this before. Though Lionel didn't seem to be paying attention, he was entirely focused on Elryan's words. His pride wasn't overblown to the point of ignoring an easy well of information right before him, even if he didn't ask any questions of his own. That's right, it seemed that he was still missing something. And then it clicked. The ores that he was thinking of that were similar enough to quartz had a very clear, defining difference. Their energy was stored, while the energy of quartz was innate to its very chemical structure. For example, a force crystal would have a large well of force within, but it could be easily used up. But not quite in the same sense, the energy of quartz doesn't run out. The energy of quartz is an innate property of its chemical structure. Although it can be taken too far, it couldn't be depleted in the same sense. Lionel had never really made the distinction. To him, wasn't the energy within a force crystal part of its chemical structure? This was a difference he had never thought about. His eyes flashed with a blinding light. Of course not. What a stupid mistake. A force crystal was just a vessel capable of holding force. He had assumed that because they could be purified into pure force crystals, that they were all of one entity, one existence, but this wasn't correct. If he changed the way he viewed this, then Lionel entered a hint of a daze. Were the chemical structures of materials and the force they produce separate? His finger twitched, and he almost subconsciously called out Little Tolly. But then he realized that because he had taken the little metal spirit in as the fourth entry, it had probably fused with the body of an unknown existence by now. Even so, that didn't stop Lionel's thoughts from running faster and faster. Foundation-type ores, vein-type ores, domain-type ores. If what distinguished them wasn't their force, but rather how their chemical structures interacted with force, this would be a huge matter. It would fundamentally change how he approached the life grade and the things that he could create. He wouldn't be limited by force any longer, or more accurately, not to the same extent. The wind whipped around Lionel, and he suddenly felt that his divine armors weren't nearly ambitious enough once again. His enlightened self had no way of knowing how long it would take him to figure this out, so he had made them to the limit of Lionel's understanding. But this changed everything. His mind flashed to the gears that made up his father's dictionary. The way they moved in relation to one another, like a single thought and existence capable of reacting to every order of variable that it should ever meet. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it resembled the complex lattice structure of a chemical bond, building atop of one another. Then he thought back to the token that had allowed him to enter the dimensional cleanse trial zone. Back then, he had to rearrange what almost amounted to the chemical structure of the token, piecing it together and sliding them into their proper position, all so that he could open the portal. Wasn't it? Just like this too? In that case, Lionel stretched out a hand, and the earth rumbled. Deep underground, a vibrant piece of quartz broke off and tore through the layers of the ground before snapping into his palm. His eyes glowed a fiery violet, and then, crack! Lionel vanished, his eyes glazing over. When he appeared again, his heart skipped a beat. This starry road, that blazing blue star in the distance. He had entered the dimensional cleanse trial zone once more. Chapter 22-21, published at 9th of October, 2023, 2:04 and 2 seconds p.m. Chapter 22-21. Who? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 22-21. Who? Lionel's hands squeezed down, and the quartz in his fingers shattered. The only thing he had done was dig into his memories and replicate the chemical structure of the token of entry. And he had actually been let in just like that. It seemed that he was correct. His crafting ability had taken another enormous leap forward. He had already felt that he was no worse than the life-grade ancestors of this incomplete world, but now he felt that he had definitely surpassed them firmly. In fact, they probably couldn't be said to even be in the same class any longer. And yet, he felt that he had only just entered the threshold of his father's level. In fact, saying so might be overestimating himself far too much. Lionel closed his eyes and subconsciously took out the dictionary. He hadn't been able to bring himself to even look at it in recent days, but for some reason it now gave him a great deal of comfort. Whereas in the past, it was like a reminder that his father was out there somewhere and couldn't be by his side. Now that he understood more of how it worked, he felt far more at ease with it in his palm. When he opened his eyes again, they were sharp, and the dictionary had vanished. "Since you're here, why don't you say anything?" A laughter rang out, but Lionel couldn't help but frown. This laughter sounded too familiar. Others might find it charismatic, but he knew a fake laughter when he heard it. It was probably the same fake laugh he had been using ever since he was old enough to know that he should probably learn to socialize properly. The cadence, the tone, the hidden hint of disdain, all impossibly subtle, and yet one that he was intimately familiar with all the same. Why was there a recording of his laughter here? N///O V E dash L/, and my, I really am an arrogant prick. Lionel's gaze flickered. It was richer, a bit deeper, a bit more wizened, but he was certain as well. That was definitely his voice. He would easily remember the voice of a person he had met just a single time, let alone his very own voice. It was impossible that he wouldn't recognize it. I don't seem to like to follow rules either, it seems. You know, you're supposed to wait until all of the roads can be filled before you enter this trial world. Wouldn't it be too unfair if you can just walk through unchallenged now? Lionel still didn't respond. For some reason, he found his own voice incredibly annoying. He had already concluded that this person was trying to mess with him. It would probably be trivial for an existence that could create dimensional cleanse to change their voice. When I'm speaking, you listen. The voice became a biting cold, and a piercing pain threatened to run right through Lionel's chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling to a knee, his eyes bulging. Man, the voice became light and cheery again. Is this considered masochism? Well, I've done far worse to my body in these years. This is probably the least of them. It probably wouldn't even deserve to be ranked last. Lionel clenched his chest, the pain only slowly fading. It felt as though it had been done on purpose. This is the only real way I can communicate with my younger self. Jokes aside, I already expected myself to figure out how to enter this place alone. If I can't do it, then probably no one but my old man could. You probably won't believe it, we're stubborn like that, and, ironically, quite foolish, especially now. You'll probably do many stupid things between now and the moment you snap out of it. Going through a teenage angst at 26 is a bit embarrassing, don't you think? The only stain on my record, honestly. Unfortunately, everyone else is too weak. Maybe if I suffered a loss or two, it would have happened sooner, but I can't blame the world for being too incompetent. Lionel was frowning. This arrogant prick was far too annoying. He remembered the first time he had learned about dimensional cleanse. The introduction practically made him roll his eyes. In fact, he had called this bastard narcissistic back then. Those were his exact words. It seemed that he was even worse in person. I haven't appeared to give you a boon or anything. In my opinion, it would be better if you fall flat on your face soon, maybe even die a few times. I'm really only here to tell you two things. First, because of your stubbornness, Tolliver entered this world and is currently fused with the last barrier of this trial world. I originally built this in to stop most others aside from myself from reaching the final leg. But in usual fashion, you've gone and screwed up for yourself. Since you're smart, you figure out a way to separate them unless you want to kill your own metal spirit. Or don't. I don't really care. I'm sure your father would be proud. Lionel's gaze went red. One of the very first lessons he had learned from his father's dictionary was that metal spirits were partners, not tools. But that didn't mean that this person could just casually mention his father like that. However, the moment his gaze went red, that suffocating pressure descended again, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, almost passing out entirely. Second, you had better take this seriously. Despite what I've said, you think about why I would still make this world to help a far lesser version of myself out. After this, the voice completely vanished along with the pressure. His meaning was quite obvious. This was a world filled with vital star force. Though Lionel used it offensively, it was also the reason for his exceptional stamina, aside from his lineage factor, of course. What else could this world be used for if not helping increase Lionel's chances of saving someone? If his future self had already admitted that saving his father was impossible, then who was he intending to save with all of this effort? Chapter 2222, published at 10th of October, 2023, 1:26 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 2222. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 2222. Control. Even after the voice had long since vanished, the pain in Lionel's chest dulled just as slowly as before. It felt that he was still somewhere in the background, hiding and slowly turning down his pain, as though there was some sort of hidden dial that he could tweak up or down. It was extremely frustrating, but there was something about being on your knees and being entirely unable to fight back that left one without the same room to grow angry. It was almost as though he had been forced into submission. One part of his body was billowing with rage, and the other part, the part that was still fueled with that pain that was dulling far too slowly, was bearing down like a wet blanket, suffocating his flame. Lionel was so infuriated that he roared. But as though it had sensed it, the pain heightened, and what should have been a mighty roar capable of causing a mountain to collapse and a planet to quake came out instead like a muffled whimper. This time, the redness in Lionel's eyes came out far different than the past. Tears threatened to spill over, the frustration blowing over to the point he felt like throwing a fit, as though he was nothing more than a child. The only thing that stopped them from falling was his pride. That sort of sickening voice in the back of his head that told him that that man might still be watching, and even if he wasn't, he was Lionel Morales. He didn't know where such thoughts came from. He didn't think himself to have such strong emotions about crying in the past. He never really thought about it, the same way he hadn't really thought about what it meant to kneel. He had definitely cried in the past, but it wasn't something that lingered on his mind, making him feel as though he was less of a man. But now it did feel that way, though maybe not for the reasons it seemed to be. Rather, it felt like he would be acknowledging something. Those tears that had fallen when he knew his father had died had dried up as quickly as they had formed. They didn't get the chance to sit and stew, to stir his soul and vent out all the frustration that wanted to rush out from his heart like a swimming tide. The whimpers that came out in place of his roar were like a rope pulling taut, stringing his throat into a tight tube that caused his neck to spasm. His heaving breaths couldn't seem to bring enough air, and his muscles seemed to have forgotten how to move. A stinging sensation in his eyes grew fiercer and fiercer until they spilled over. The weakness overcame him, his body collapsing onto the starry roads. Nothing about them seemed to be beautiful any longer. When he had first entered this world, it had felt to him that he had been entering a fairy tale, but now it felt like any normal road. And how would one feel when their face had been pressed into the ground? Maybe if it was by a boot, one would feel rage or fury. But what if it was by one's own weakness? Somewhere inside, Lionel knew that that man had definitely vanished. He knew that such a man couldn't be bothered to stay in a single place for even one moment longer than he had to. He wouldn't feel the need to pull such petty tricks either, especially with how arrogant he was. But that only made it worse. He wasn't being pressed down by anything. He even knew that that pain in his chest wasn't even the doing of that man any longer. That was just the darkness sitting in the pit of his chest, overwhelming and latching out like the venomous sting of a cobra. It wasn't a physical pain, but that only made it worse. Lionel's lip trembled, his fingers digging into the road that removed to move for him. His nails fissured and cracked, a dripping, dense blood that almost shaded black coming out. He clawed with everything he had, almost as though he could pull it back, to bundle it back up, to stuff it on the inside like he was always able to. He was Lionel Morales. His emotions had always been a FA. Section A, right? He had always been able to compartmentalize with great ease, right? He could easily flip his emotions off with a flip of a switch, right? So why was that ache getting worse? Why was it overflowing? Why was it getting stronger? Lionel tried to roar again. It was his final attempt, the last bit of strength he had left to push it away, to wrench his control back, but it once again didn't come out properly. It wasn't a roar, it was a wail. It echoed into the emptiness, reverberating into the illuminated darkness like a broken record. Lionel's stomach lurched, his body curling into a heaving motion as though he was trying to get something disgusting out of his mouth. He retched, but his stomach had nothing to give. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten anything. He didn't need to eat. He was a machine. His force was enough. It could sustain him. He retched again, saliva and a croak coming from his mouth. The feeling of disgust welled up even stronger than before, but this seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. The tears poured out like a flood, blood vessels in his eyes popping in a vain attempt to stop them. And soon after, the wails echoed once again. He gripped his chest, his bloodied fingers sinking into his skin. His forehead scraped along the ground, his own broken voice reverberating back to him to the point even his ears began to bleed. But in a way, the pain was a relief. A relief from the grief that washed over him, his tears falling in an endless stream. There was no one to hear it, no one to witness it. He simply curled up in his own self-pity, his body too broken to control itself any longer. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.